Is it because I asked the question of the day? I asked the question of the day and my internet just immediately crashes. You don't even get to hear it. It's annoying. All right, anyway, let's get back to the EQ. Um, was it just me? It can't be a coincidence. Yeah, I don't know. Well, let's try it again, okay? Let's try it one more time. Question of the day. All right. What's your first gaming memory? And you can interpret this question however you want, right? Because that's a broad term. What's your first gaming memory? Think deep. Think back. I got a couple that I'm gonna sprinkle throughout, right? Because like I said, there's different ways to interpret that question. Um, just think back. Sorry about the little hiccup. I don't know. I would say it won't happen again, but I don't know what caused it this time. So how could I even make that claim? I think it was just um, power surge of some sort. Um, maybe somebody. I don't know. Captain Long Whistle says for video gaming, playing Pong on an original console in the mid 70s. Nice. Hey, Glurky, yes, just getting started over here. Just getting restarted, to be honest. I had a little hiccup. My internet went out. It was annoying, and I hated it, but I'm not going to let it stop me. Would it let Fippy Darkpaw stop him? Absolutely not. Fippy Darkpaw he'd respawn as soon as the internet came back. I'm going to do the same. Two-prong analog controller or connector to the antenna screws. Oh yeah, I've seen connectors like that. Or at least adapters like that with the two little like fork things, like and you like screw them down. That's classic. But yeah, question of the day: what's your first gaming memory? I gotta know. In fact, let's put it in the stream description. Yeah, U-shaped. There you go. That's what I was like. I said fork, but like U. Sorry about the hiccup. Sorry about the internet hiccup. We're going. Question of the day. What's your first gaming memory? I gotta know. All right, there we go. That's the stream description now. Thanks for bearing with me. Hey, if you stuck it out through the hiccups, if you knew I wasn't gonna just abandon you like that, I appreciate you understanding and knowing that because I'm not doing that. I'm coming right back. If the stream hiccups, just know through the whole hiccup, I'm scraping and scrambling trying to get it working again. Um, because that's not the plan. That's not the script. That's not what we're doing. But anyway, we were cooking and cranking with the upper gut grind. I would blame the internet for this corpse run, right? If you're just tuning in, you're like, oh, he crashed, he went LinkedIn, and he died. That sucks. Yeah, it was in an order like that, except the opposite, right? I died, and then I went LinkedIn and crashed. Unrelated incidents, I will fully admit, but it is what it is. Brad blessed. I respawned, and I'm ready to do it again. Um, it was a little weird, right? Let's go back in time. Let's talk about what just happened, right? I'm at Froglock Warden, a great spot. Nothing wrong with that spot. Hey, you mind invising me? We'll get back to where we were. Um. Anyway, we're at Froglock Warden, and I try to pull the two off the top of the tower. I went up to the top of the tower and then went to back down, and I backed down over the post, and maybe that was a mistake. it sent me a little higher in the air. And as soon as I did that, I saw these frogs like just vanish. And it was just like, oh no, we're toast. It was, I don't know where they went, but they came back with like every frog in the world. And, I didn't make it. But we'll get right back to it. Um, the dude, you still here? Sorry about the hiccup. I appreciate you dragging my corpse, helping me get right back on track over here. Pretty much right back where we started. I think one of your first gaming memories is playing King's Quest, but you don't know which number. I played that the Super Nintendo version at this local little spot, and I would wait in line all night for that. Um, my chance at that. I thought that was a really cool game. I haven't played it since. That's a great gaming memory. Thank you for answering. Um, Couple classics here. Hey Ishiwatari, what's your first gaming memory? Um, I'll tell you mine. I'll tell you mine. I was playing. Oops, I almost speared this thing. It must have been on my father's Commodore 64, and it was maybe it's not the first one I ever played, but it's the first one I remember playing. It was called Highland Games. You would do like the log toss and stuff like that. That's my first gaming memory. But, but, like I said, there's multiple ways to interpret this question. So that's my first video gaming memory, right? I do remember Candyland. Um, I was honestly the art on the Candyland board was a little freaking bizarre. That's probably why I remember it so well. Like that freaking what that goop guy, whatever, you know what I mean? Like the chocolate swamp or whatever that thing was. That was a little weird. That was a little weird. There's a couple things on that board that were a little weird that probably stuck with me at a very young age. Probably even before Highland Games. Almost, actually, yes, certainly before I ever played Highland Games. Uh, anyway, that was those are my first gaming memories. I do have some first EQ memories too. If anybody wants to get into that, I love a good EQ answer. I can't turn it down. Um, Sucks to get a little derailed in the stream, but honestly, we're back at it. We're better than ever, right? You played the original D&D that came in the box with one book. Ooh, man, that's like a collector's item now, I'm sure. Um, Stranger Things did a lot for D&D, I feel like, right? It kind of introduced a whole new generation to the idea. Some World War II game called 1942 with like the green. Okay, I know what you mean, where it's like monochrome, right? It was the green on green kind of. Schneider CPC 64, right? That's the name of the computer. That's interesting. I appreciate that, Ishiwatari. Um, it's always good to get the European perspective. The question of the day. Um, Sounds pretty cool. I played on a monitor kind of like that early on, and when I was in elementary school, the computer lab or the school library, I should say, it wasn't really a computer lab, but they had one of those. We play Oregon Trail on it if we were lucky. Um, Pretty cool. But I remember when they upgraded that computer. I was like older elementary school. They got like like a PC with a color monitor and a CD-ROM drive, and the principal came to show us what a CD was and said you could run it over with your car and it'll be fine. That was like his description of a CD. I don't think that's true. You know what I mean? I feel like that's absolutely overstating the sturdiness of a CD. Beastly 64 kilobytes of RAM. Nice. That's where the 64 came from, I guess. Those are kilobytes. Those are 1,000 byte, right? Like that's big time. Not 1,000, right? Kilo. It's like close. 1028 or something bytes. I forget. For some reason, the okay. I'm not gonna make the same mistake I made last time, right? I was trying to pull these. I went up, and like I said, I backed over this post, and it sent these things to Narnia. I'm just gonna pull them like this time. Uh-oh. They went to Narnia again. I'm out of here. I'm not waiting. Invis yourself. Save yourself. I'm going this way this time. Everything I did, I'm doing different. I'm not waiting, and I'm just running for the zone line. Cursed frogs up there. You see all these frogs? That's the whole north side of the zone aggroing me right now. Captain Long Whistle, I hope you're safe. Yeah, gate, go ahead. Whatever it takes. Don't go down with me on this. Not worth it. Um, First time you saw a CD was at a stereo store. The guy threw it on the floor, stamped on it, and then played it. That's honestly awesome. That's some salesmanship. They don't do it like that no more. Um, ooh, meningitis in the zone. Good to see you, Big Menge. All right, now that I cleared aggro, go back in, fight whatever's hanging at the zone line. Hopefully something, but not too much. Borderline too much. All right, a couple shamans, whatever. You're fine. You're cool. Ugh, blinded. Oh boy, this frog's got me on the tilt. All right. We're back at it. Hey, just getting started over here. I know we experienced quite the hiccup. I really appreciate you sticking it through or coming back to check, whatever it is. Um, that wasn't how I was trying to end the stream, obviously. It was John Philip Sousa. You can't stand that kind of music, but it was very impressive. Played loud. Oh yeah, it'll blow you away. That's it's pretty high fidelity stuff with CD. Oh man, this was digitally remastered. Um, CD now. I'm going to go out on a limb and assume that this was over 30 years ago, closer to 40 years ago, right? Like a CD player and a CD would have been pretty expensive technology, right? Do you remember how much either or both were? Um, you have like 1,000 original CDs you never play. Yeah, I got some CDs. I don't have all my old CDs. Unfortunately, I kept them in a binder, which got removed from my car all at once. It's great. Talking about putting all your eggs in one basket. Um, but whatever. They'd be collecting dust for me right now too, probably. Yeah, grab your spells. Perfect opportunity for that. Ludwig Von, good to see you. Just getting started over here. Always had those 10 CD bags for the car. Since you upgraded your car, you don't have a CD player anymore, but you don't have the heart to throw them away, right? Who would want to throw them away? You know, that's memories. That's and they, you know, even if you got a good deal on them, if you got a bunch, that adds up. Um, Out of all the CDs, there's a few I miss. Um, a few that it would be hard to replace, like some mixtapes from the the mixtape era, like Dat Piff years, if you will. I've been having a hard time locating some specific mixtapes I used to have, you know. It's unfortunate. Best of Madlib by DJ JCO. That was an amazing mix. And it's not, I mean? You could find all those Madlib tracks, but it's not that. It's how they were mixed together. It's the JCO remixes of the stuff. You can't find any of this anymore. It's all gone. I think I've been able to find the cover art, and that's about it, and the track list. But like I said, it's not the right versions. The versions you could find. Someone might ask to listen to Wu-Tang 36 Chambers, and you want to be ready for that. Wu-Tang is for the children. Spawn Genesis, you remember going to an arcade for the first time, seeing WrestleMania and the Simpsons games, which blew your young mind. Hell yeah. Dude, the Simpsons arcade game is iconic. First time I saw that one was at a Chuck E. Cheese, a Charles Entertainment Cheese, if you will. Um, Mind blowing. Thank you for answering that. I remember my first um, kind of experience to fantasy game fantasy games was again it was my father's stuff, seeing his it was like a board game. It might have been called Dungeons and Dragons. I gotta like look this up. It was like some weird plastic board that had like pewter pieces that would fit into little squares, and I think it was like um some sort of like computerized thing where you can like kind of like do like a dungeon crawl. Um, well, the computer is like your DM kind of. I don't know how it worked. I remember just looking at the pieces and being like in awe, like the little dragon piece, the little like warrior with the sword. It's like so cool. There's a YouTube. The guy did the Meriden Mall walkthrough. Oh, dude, it's you want to talk sad and heartbreaking. I wonder how long ago he did it. It's only gotten worse. It's worse every day. Um, ECW pay-per-view on VHS, so blurry you could barely see anything. Oh man, uh, ECW is kind of cool. I never like was the biggest wrestling guy, but some of my friends uh were, and they got me into ECW. I liked ECW. I thought it was kind of crazy. Um, Probably the exact days you're talking about. But yeah, okay, Meriden Mall. It's really bad now. The last uh, food court shop closed. I heard. I haven't been there in a few months. I went there a couple months ago, and it was so sad. There's nothing. It's absolutely nothing. All the yeah, kiosks, right? The little things in the middle of the aisle. They're all they got sheets over them. Like every single store is boarded up. There's nothing. Like the mall is open for question mark, question mark, question mark. Mall walkers, I guess. That's what I was. I went there to, browse items in a physical location, but that wasn't an option. There was nothing to browse. Kind of crazy. The Treasured Arcade is gone. Yeah, absolutely. Everything's gone. It's I don't know what they're planning on doing with that spot. They better do something. So otherwise, nature is going to reclaim it. It's a rugged area out there. It's going to be uh, like a rattlesnake habitat if they're not careful. Um, so okay, I looked at it right once when it started going downhill. I thought about you know not just that mall, but all the malls in the area besides the one good one. When it started going downhill, I was like, oh, you could turn this into like Gen X housing. You know what I mean? Like Gen X loved malls, right? Millennials loved malls too, but not as much as those that came before us. We were kind of following their footsteps to the mall. And sure, there were some stores for us, but by and large, I feel like the aging Gen X population would do well going back to where they felt good. Turn into housing, keep a food court there. You can have like essential businesses, have it all self-contained. But it's been pointed out to me that malls aren't plumbed for that, right? You need plumbing. Like you need more bathrooms than a mall would have if people are going to be living there. So like with that in mind, you're probably better off just starting fresh. Um, so I don't know. I don't know what to do with it with that in mind. It's like we got what we wanted. What we wanted was online shopping. Like malls are kind of outdated. I hate to say it. Really, they did do that somewhere, Flippy Darkfall. That's awesome. Okay, so that could, I guess maybe you can retrofit it potentially. Um, it's better than letting the land go to waste, or you know what I mean? Like doing the way, you know how they do it out here. They don't tear down anything. They just let nature reclaim it and move on. And that would be terrible. That's a big area to just let go. Um, which honestly kind of looks like is what's happening. But yeah, Meriden doing that. Waterbury's not going to be far behind, unfortunately. There's still stores open in Waterbury. Like you can go to the Waterbury Mall and shop. You can. Are you gonna have a good time? Are you gonna buy anything there? I don't know, but it's a possibility still. But listen, retail's alive and well. West Farms. You go down there and you wouldn't know that every other mall in a friggin' 50-mile radius is a ghost town. It looks like you know, capitalism is alive and well. It's just crazy the duality of malls. But anyways, getting a little off track. What do you guys think about the question of the day? Right, I got a lot of great answers already. Appreciate that. What's your first gaming memory? Feel free to interpret that however you want. And if you already answered one way and you want to answer another way, listen, I'm here. I'm here to read it. And speaking of I'm here every Thursday morning. I'm here every Tuesday afternoon. If you die and loot your own corpse, there's a 50% chance you get a copy of your gear. I don't think that's true. Mini Neeson, that's a good one though. It does not seem to be the case, right? I already did. I already did die and loot my gear. I did not get any copies. If I hadn't already died, I might have fell for that. You know, I would have had to try it for science. Anyways, 50% of nothing, still nothing. Um, what's your first gaming memory? I gotta know. About to hit 25. 25 is a hell level. I'd say it's the first hell level. 20 ain't shit. Let's face it. 25 is where it's you start to feel it. Goblin says on an Amiga, some fly simulator. It was your very first one, Wolfenstein. Your favorite on Amiga was Syndicate. I never heard of Syndicate. Thank you for answering, Goblin. I appreciate the answer. And how are you doing? Good to see you. I'm sorry about the hiccup in the stream earlier. It won't happen again. Or if it does, you know I'll be right back ASAP like I was. Um, Piecing together the VOD from the pieces is going to be fun. But hey, I'll cross that bridge when I get there. Five. All right, let's celebrate immediately. Can't wait. Gotta dance. Gotta cheer. Gotta wave at everybody. What's up? Gotta salute ya. I said we gotta salute ya. There it is. There it is. Yes, 25. Absolutely. I'll take a bow. And what else could we do? What else can we do? We can kneel humbly. It's hard on fire. There. Almost kneeled. Almost got the knee down. Let's try that again. All right. Slash kneel. Come on. I must be spelling it wrong. There it is. All right. And we say, hey, we're just going to start it over here. And if you thought I couldn't do it, you thought I couldn't, you saw me ding 24, but you thought I couldn't ding 25. Well, that's for you. And if you hoped that my internet never came back on, that's a slash rude for you too. You know what? You can't stop me. I'm here. I'm doing it. Like Fippy Darkpaw, I rise again. Syndicate is the granddad of XCOM, pretty much. Huh. Interesting. Very interesting. But yeah, level 25, that's what's up. I had a tough time down at Warden. I was like talking about how great of a camp it is, and then got trained twice because of those stupid watchtower frogs. I guess the move is just ignore them. You know, they're only a problem if I pull them. If I don't pull them, they don't add. So, you know, might go back there with that in mind. We were almost to the Shinlord room before disaster struck. Hardest game you played back in the day is called Moonstone. Interesting. Hardest game I played back in the day for me was called The Dig. I could not figure that game out to save my life. I did get a little further in it years later. I revisited The Dig in like 20 years ago still, but I got a little further, but there's a lot going on. It's like a point and click kind of. Did anyone play Ogre? No, never played Ogre. Sounds cool. I like the simple one-word name. Very cool name. First gaming memory. Yeah, I'd have to say my very first, one of my earliest memories. Like I said, the Candyland game board. It's bizarre. I don't remember actually playing Candyland, but I remember seeing the friggin' that gloopy guy. So, I don't know. I wouldn't call that gaming, but you know, that was an early memory. Ogre. Paper game with tanks. The big one were ogres. Interesting. No, I never played that. I love paper games though. So Dungeons and Dragons. I remember reading about it was like a standalone adventure or something in a magazine. I don't remember if it was Games Magazine or what. It was something. It was my first real introduction to AD&D, and it intrigued me so much. But it was, it was like just a little one-page thing for people that were, AD&D players. Some supplemental content. It was not a full standalone to really teach me what was going on. So I had to make up a lot of it on my own. And I did. I made up like a tabletop RPG based on paper and rolling d6s. Um, we would play it at Boy Scout camp when I was young. I brought it to camp and got a bunch of my friends to play with me. That was fun. I don't remember if it had a name. It might have just been called the dice game or something like that. But like some of my friends were hooked. Rivervale is declared off limits by somebody. Uh-oh. Oh no. The dig reminds you of some other game. You need to find it though. Yeah, yeah. Let me know when you find it. So, the dig. It was. I heard it was pretty big budget. There's like supposedly gonna be a movie or something like that, but instead they decided to make it like a cinematic game experience. It had like actual voice actors and stuff. It was like a big deal for 92 or whatever year it was. You know what I mean? A long, long time ago. Now maybe it was a little longer, a little later than 92, maybe like 95. I don't know. Either way, it was back in the day. Um, but that was the first like game that I was playing that was like I couldn't quite grasp. Not that I couldn't grasp it, but it was just like frustratingly hard for me as I was a kid. Not It was not an adventure game by any means. It wasn't like I couldn't hit the combination of buttons. I couldn't figure out what I was supposed to do like half the time. Yeah. See what I'm saying about 25 being a hell level? It's a dark blue. Do you remember Wings? That sounds really familiar, but I might be thinking of a TV show. Wings. I'm probably thinking of a TV show because I can picture like the logo. How's this thing still alive? Beneath Steel Sky. That sounds like another like flying type, right? Let's see. I'll be right back. Ishiwatari, you're a Day of the Tentacle fan? That's what's up. I've never played it myself, but I've heard good things. Maybe I'll have to check it out one day. That was like an era, huh? That whole like point and click, what's it called? There's a few like that. Not just a few. They should bring that style back, honestly. You know what I mean? That would still be fun. Even with modern technology. I used to play Myst. That's speaking of games that I was like totally lost in. I thought I was getting pretty far, but I don't know. I don't know how far I was because like I never beat it. And I wasn't looking up any walkthroughs or whatever, so I was struggling. You could say I was struggling. It's fair, a fair assessment. 10% in. For all my crying, this hell level's not going to be too bad. I got a good feel. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. Can fit 15 effects, right? Buffs and debuffs, bard songs, they all go to one window. 15's the cap. So, my thing is wide enough to show 16, so when I have one empty spot, I'm at full. Flashback was the game we were thinking about. Okay. Flashback. I'll have to look into that one too. Yeah, I streamed EverQuest on Tuesday, right? I wanted to play EQ. I couldn't stay away. I was at work daydreaming of coming home Tuesday, right? The afternoon stream. The only afternoon stream all week. Um, it's also the only stream that do variety. I don't just play EverQuest. I just played EverQuest this week. I couldn't stay away. I was daydreaming about it, and it was really fun. But the week before, I did the Dungeon Keeper stream, Dungeon Keeper 2. That was fun. Um, I've heard the game ramps in difficulty, and I'm starting to feel it. You know what I mean? Like the early levels, I was derping around, I was taking my time, I was figuring stuff out, and I was still winning. Now I'm hitting some levels where a little more time constraint, a little more crunch. Um, you don't just do whatever you want and still win anymore. So that's cool. I like that. It'll keep me busy. Um, it's just a game I never played back in the day. Experienced it for the first time this year, and I could see what all the hype was about. It's cool. Very cool, especially for the time. It's like kind of contemporary to this game. It's not like you know, massive multiplayer or anything, but it's really fun. What you need is more longhorn demons that have the flails at the end of their horns. Yeah, I haven't gotten him yet. Um, I still got a lot to see. I know. Um, I haven't looked up any hints, walkthroughs, anything like that yet. But I might look at some or like watch somebody playing it online or something just to see like you know what's the game supposed to look like being played. Sometimes I'm surprised. I come up with my own way of playing a game, and then I and then I find out what I'm supposed to be doing, and it's totally different. Um, I might watch somebody just because I know on Steam it's always showing me like guides I can click, and there's all guides called like how to get the rare monsters, or whatever, you know what I mean? Stuff like that. It's like I don't even know how to get the common monsters. I'm just kind of trusting the gateway to just give me stuff. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Don't do it yet. Let it unfold organically. That's what's up. Yeah, yeah. That's what I've been doing so far. So far, so good. If I get really stuck, maybe I'll have to figure it out. But so far so good. It's really fun game. I'm liking the game. I'm liking the pacing of it. I like how it's not too easy for sure. You play one level, you might be like, this game's too easy. It's like, okay, play the second level, play the third level. Starts getting a little harder. But the thing that was the most challenging for me, um, last Tuesday or whatever when I was playing it, was the level I was on. Um, it throws you into an established dungeon and gives you the goal of whatever, killing the knight or whatever you got to do. Like you're not starting from scratch. And honestly, that was tough for me. I liked starting from scratch because then I know what's where because I put it there. Like jumping into the established dungeon, it took me a while to get my bearings, and you know that was tough. But sometimes that's how it's gonna be, I guess. I just got to get used to that. But yeah, I am very intrigued on what those guides mean by like how to summon the rare monsters and stuff. It's like, what you mean? I'll find out. Yeah, Fardotron gave me a helpful tip. I didn't realize that I can pick up multiple monsters at once. If the bard does AoE, it hits me. Yes, Sklurky. AoE Mez was keeping me locked down for a while too, and I didn't even complain. I was just like chilling for a while, and then he noticed. But if I can disease cloud myself, it'll wake me up every tick, which is helpful. I can at least get some damage in while I'm mostly locked down. But it's all good. It's because we're in the same level range. We're actually the same level. If we weren't in the same level range, there'd be no risk of that. But, you know, it is what it is. I have pretty good resist. Well, not that great. 54 magic is not good resist. A little bit. 69 now. With Worm Slayer, Shiny Brass Shield combo. But yeah, it's an extra challenge that you can accidentally hit your friends, but um, it's worth it in my opinion. Silly bards. What do you think? Should I pull back to where I was pulling, or should we move up? I guess I'll pull. Got a few. Nothing to worry about. Bunch of easy greens. What's your first EverQuest memory? Anybody anybody remember any EQ? I remember mine. Tree Rat had me come over and he showed me the game and he let me roll up a troll warrior. I named it Glurbverd. It was a random generated name. And I was instantly hooked. Swimming around, wading around, killing snakes and rats. It just felt so immersive, and it was like nothing I had ever played. And it's like kind of everything I ever wanted in a game. That's why I'm still here. Let's face it. Ah, that's smart. Ludwig von told me to use the corner. So now I'm safe from the AoE, it seems. Very smart. There's always a workaround. 40% in. What I should do, I don't want to, but I should actually train two-hand blunt. Your first character was a dark elf. You were getting so blown away by how massive the city was, and you were talking to every NPC. I was thinking about that earlier, honestly, when I was getting ready for the stream. I was remembering hailing NPCs and trying to figure out quests. That's something I kind of miss. Even you can emulate EverQuest, but you can't bring back the time when we didn't know everything. We know everything now. So the next, true classic EverQuest experience, it can't be classic EverQuest. It'll be something new to bring that feeling back. I don't know. That's my thoughts. Real big mesh legs in the house. All right, here we go. I remember being so amped about mesh stuff. Um, Woven too, but mesh especially, because mesh is like even a little better than the woven, right? Um, I used to gather all that stuff up to bring to East Commons so I could, try to sell it to people for, not much, but it was honest work. What are your thoughts and feelings about the rumors of the new EQ they're working on? Oh yeah, I saw that Daybreak is hiring people, right? What's up with that? They must be working on something. It must be more, you know what I mean? Like the rumor must be based on some truth there. I think it's interesting, like so many games are just a cash grab. I hope it's not like that, but you know, I want to believe. Um, meanwhile, we can go for a fresh red. That'd be nice. That new Sturver smell once again. Um, Not that we deserve it or anything, but it'd be nice. Imagine, uh, the EverQuest gacha, EverQuest 3 is it's mobile only first off, and then yeah. it'd be unfortunate, but no, hopefully it's something cool. Two-hand blunt is now 2. Three. I'm gonna get it up to 5, and then I'm going back to a real weapon. You know? It's one of those skills that I gotta raise it sooner or later. You know, level 25. It's basically later already. But let's do let's do it before like 50. You know, that'd be way too late. I don't even have a one-hand blunt to work on it with yet. All right, two-hand blunt, still 3. I know I said I want to get it to 5, but I don't know if I got that kind of patience. I'm like doing DPS right now. Right, back to the Worm Slayer. Oops. Didn't mean to loot that, but I'll take it. All right. I'm not sure what level I'm trying to get this Shadow Knight to be honest. I'm thinking maybe 35. Maybe 40. You know? Not so high that I can click this thing. I want to be below that level because I got the Lev Cloak. I want to be a low-level Shadow Knight. Or mid-level, I guess. But I got a couple low-level Shadow Knights already. I need Shadow Knights for every range. That's what it is. It's just the way I like. Yeah, we got some PvP in the Dreadlands. Prix was defeated by Felham. That's what's up. Oh! Now Prix has been defeated by Bromstick, which that's the same guy that was just defeated. So we know that he respawned naked. So Brahmi's killing naked players, and as we know, there's no honor in that. Come on. What goes around comes around. You know, keep that in mind. Once upon a time, there used to be XP loss on PvP death. And then I'd see a point. You know, doing something like this would make sense, but I don't see the point right now. But people are free to enjoy EverQuest in their own way. That's the beauty of it. You know, consenting EverQuest enjoyers. Who are we to judge? Yeah, my J boots faded. I'm gonna click that ASAP. Yeah, I snared this frog. So he's taking a sweet time right now. There it is. Took a 10% from the snare. It's not bad. 25 and a half. How many more levels do you think I can get by the end of the stream? What's your guess? We're not even halfway through, so do you think the next 4 levels will go as fast as the past 4 levels? We're already 4 levels deep. Bronze two-handed. Wow. Take it. I'll come get Captain Lung Whistle here. Oh, there we go. Now we're cooking. Another fork? No way. Well, let's get him out of the wall so we can appreciate this weapon. Right? I love the look. One of my favorite. Honestly, this is. I want to talk early EQ memories. The Rune Bone Fork was probably the first like name drop I ever got. I was so excited. All right. I'm pulling a bunch. And by a bunch, I mean, how about 3? 3 sounds good. So many fizzles. All right, so I was pulling 3. How about 2? Dual wielding, null hide lariat, and silvery war axe. Oh wow, silvery war axe is so cool. What about polished granite tomahawk? That's like dream stuff. I had Lang's Axe of Wolves. I bought it from some traveler. There we go. Here's the high level one. You finally made it. Wakazashi of the Frozen Skies. The sick graphic is really the best part, I think. Yeah, definitely better than the Runebone Fort. 821. That's like dangerously close to a usable ratio there. But yeah, here's the Runebone Fork. 10 save fire, 10 save cold, 10 save magic. Equipable in the ranged. It's nice, especially if you're not a bow user. Stargate Link in the Polished Granite Tomahawk. Yes, legendary. That thing is so cool, especially on a low level like warrior or something. That Berserker strength is awesome aggro. You can really tank well with that. You're dual wielding two of those for Fashion Quest. Oh, for the Frozen Sky, or which one? Okay, I got a couple frogs. Yeah, pull them back. And Brahmi's on a killing spree. Watch out. Stay out of Brahmi's way. Let's see where these guys are. A bunch of frogs. Yeah, yeah. That's what we like. That's what we want to see. Mm. Is there really 40 players right now? 22 players. Maybe it's 40 on character select. Okay, hold on. Where is this narrative that green is dying coming from? Because I don't see that, but I keep seeing that narrative being pushed. Um, you know my feelings on it. It's like green is the kid being held up in the water, and blue is like the child in the foreground, like drowning. Red is the skeleton chained to the chair at the bottom of the pool. You know what I mean? Like anybody who thinks that green is dying needs to just like step back and think for a second, because like you they love you. They just made rules about playing a hate minis. You think that was because of red? No. They still care. They still really are involved in green. Um, you know, just have some perspective. Mesh bracer. Big stuff. Real big item right there. Nice and lightweight. Okay, Pandu, you remember playing EQ super late one night. Finally turned away from the monitor, look out the second story window. A possum was staring straight at you and you got jump scared. That is creepy. That was a formative memory for you. Every time you see a possum, you think back to EQ now. Or what? um, that is a good memory. All right, let's see here. Dark blue. Those two watchtower ones, they're just gonna sit up there doing nothing. I'm not pulling them no more. It's twice in a row they trained me. They warped through the ceiling and pulled like the whole north side. And I can't go for that. All right, I'm taking this one the long way. Gonna get a couple more frogs on the way probably. All right, there's one. So we have two now total. If the frogs are to be trusted. Now we have three. Now we have 4, 5. You know, if the frogs are to be trusted. Not always true. Not always the case. But sometimes. But I'm pulling it. I'm bringing it to the group. We got a bard. You know, he's doing AoE. I'm just going to stand in the corner. Speaking of fashion quests, first piece of plate you picked up for your ranger was symbol of loyalty to Vox. And since that day, you will only wear silver-plated bracers. Nice. Shit, where am I pulling to? Over here. I ran right past them. That's a good memory. Dude, plate on a ranger is such a cool look. I got some of that Hey Neil plate from the hole. I've been meaning to get it on my ranger just for fashion purposes because it's not every day that you can, you know, get the Power Ranger look. Almost level 26. No gauntlets. Hmm. Sorry. Respond to a tell real quick. Should at least have auto attack on when I do that. Flippy Darkpaw, thanks for hanging out bright and early this morning. As you know, I'll be here every Sunday. I hope to see you next time too. Appreciate your support. I really do. And happy Memorial Day tomorrow, everybody. All who celebrate. Okay. No, this is the dark blue one. Good. All right. Perfect. Perfect. I guess we'll kill this one. Let me get my J boots on. I'll pull faster with J boot speed. Yeah, the corner trick has been working wonders to avoid the AoE. Um, good looking Ludwig. That's smart play. I would have kept doing it the stupid way. I would have just, disease clouded myself and just accepted the fact that I was going to get stunned every tick. As long as I get a swing in every tick too, that's fine. But no, the corner trick's working better. All right, I'm pulling from. Let's see. Let's see how deep I can get. I'll pull the realist first. Or the placeholder of the realist. I'm gonna shoot him. I need my archery skill ups too. 11. See what I mean? That's not good enough. Need like all the skill. This is just a single pull, nice and easy. All right, next. Thinking something from the Shinlord room area. Can't go all the way to the Shinlord yet, but I can get close. Oh, there we go. See, close. Ooh, those guys came too. I don't know. I gotta count the frocks here. We gotta make sure they didn't warp through the ceiling and pull the whole zone again. But honestly, with Ludwig von here, we might be okay. I'm just gonna bring him to the spot. I hear Chester snoring. He's honking. I don't know if the mic's picking it up. No, he stopped. All right. Well, if I pulled the whole north side of the zone, I pulled the whole north side of the zone. It is what it is. We'll see. I just won't sit yet. No, this is just a normal, healthy frog pull. We're good. We're good. Okay, there's another one. Okay, there's another one. So we're a couple beyond healthy, but let's just do it. Oh, there's another one. It's quite the pull. But so far so good. Uh-oh. They're all hitting Ludwig Von. None of them are hitting me. I don't really want to change targets and wake anything up right now. We'll go with this. I'll figure it's the one I just hit. Mm. Ugh. Alright, let's see here. About a ding. Alright. That pull was a little strange. I knew there was going to be like 3 to 5, but that was a little more than that. Lost count. Oh my god, the fizzles. Oh, I thought I still had levitate. That was so funny. Didn't even try to use the bridge. I was just trying to float past. Where'd all the frogs go? I know I snared one, but there should be one full screen. There he is. This one's low. Last one might be the one to ding me. Let's see. Is this the one? Is this the one? Yes. Thing 26, out of the hell level. First we dance, then we cheer, and then we wave, and then we bow, and then we thank you for being here at the Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025, number 21. Hey, question of the day. I gotta know. I just gotta know. What's your first gaming memory? You got any? Got any good ones? You know? I'll accept board games. I'll accept video games. I'll accept tabletop games. You know what I mean? There's no wrong answer. There's no wrong way to answer the question of the day. Just, you say it, I'll read it. How about that? Anyways, Stargate came here to give me these gloves, and I'm just, doing everything but accepting them. Thank you. We're doing a little recovery mission over here now. Make a little corpsey button. Oh, you already did it? Okay. Silky Lobster, what's going on? How you doing? All right, got Ludwig's corpse. All right. Why is half of Winnie's face faded? Let me see this. That's the lighting. Maybe I could do better. Maybe I could do better. I think that's a pretty good representation, but maybe I could do better. A little too realistic. Yes. Um, Thank you for notifying me of that. Squire's up again. This time he's dropping the neck. Question of the day. Question of the day is, what's your first gaming memory? You got one? You got a first? It could be the first game you played, or maybe it was a game that you saw being played, left an impression on you, or I don't know. There's no wrong way to answer. Like I was saying, I gotta know. I just gotta know. Let's see how level 26 goes. My pull, that pull was too much. I'll admit it. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Ludwig von. You shouldn't have had to die for my silly pull. I can't blame Frog Warp for that one. That was just poor judgment. I saw it going different in my head. You know, in my head, you could mez any number of frogs without consequence. In practice, it seems there are some consequences. Stilky Lobster, you say word rescue, math blaster, number munchers. Also, this PC game called Digby the Dog, starring Shelley Duvall. What the heck? Was she the voice of Digby the Dog, or what's the deal with that? But yeah, Word Rescue, Math Blaster, Number Munchers. What classics? What educational classics? Honestly, those are good ones. Um, of those, I feel like Number Munchers was my favorite out of that list. She was Digby's owner, not sure the voice of Digby. Honestly, probably another friggin' star. You're gonna have Shelley Duvall playing a side character and not the title character. You need wow, that's wild. I gotta look this up after the stream though. I'm in the zone right now. I'm locked in. I'm ready for EverQuest action. Nothing more, nothing less. Froglock meats I crave. I need them so I can hand them in and grab for faction. Yes, this opening up a can of swamp juice. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I got stuck. Right? You see me? You see me stuck behind the ladder? It's not good. Not a good place. I can't even get a good view of it right now. I'll get free. You just gotta have a little patience, then do a slash rewind. Maybe a few. Maybe a little more patience. But I'll pull the zone. Gotta be careful on that ladder. Friggin' disaster. Yeah. I'll pull a few. As long as I can keep aggro, we're all good. It's a big if. But you know, I'll do my best. Mm. Quite a few frogs. Okay, here we go. How many? I'm just gonna fear stuff. Alright, I'm just gonna juggle them. I'm gonna attempt to fear them. Man, that's a lot of frogs. I like all the frogs in the friggin' zone right now. There we go. There we go. One down. This one's low. Get this one. I want to get this one before the shaman comes back. It's my goal. My main goal. Nope. Shaman back? No, shaman's not back. There's the shaman. Send this on a little trip again. Alright, shaman's back. I'm gonna kill the shamans. taking some heavy damage right now, but it's worth it. It's worth it. Mm. Kill the shaman. Come on. Alright, shaman's down. It's terrific. Still poisoned. Still diseased. But the bard is back. Bard songs are back in effect. And it feels so good. Doing just fine. Oof. Big hit. Mm. My channeling skills lack. Taunt did nothing. I tried. Alright. One more. There's a full bubble at least for this pull. Right? Full bubble into 26. Didn't I just bang? The pull's not even done. Classic. I don't think anybody needs that. But I linked it anyway. Let me get my J-boots going. That was a good pull. Now let's see if I can find any more frogs. We killed like all the ones on this side of the zone now. Brad bless. I'm back. Sorry about that. Big Timer slain by Chompy in Dreadlands. Big Praz to Chompy there. We know Big Timer was that he's a druid, right? He was aiding and abetting against our Kanos Newbie Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025, episode number 20, which was of course last week. So good to see some justice brought, right? So much PvP today. It's that bonus, you know? The bonus brings everybody out to the yard. I'm certainly enjoying it right now. 20% in to 26. Started the stream at level 21, so this is 5 dings so far. Right? Keep the bonus all the time. Now you want to see some action. They should just start fresh, right? New red. Then you see some real action. But yeah, a little incentive goes a long way for us here, it would appear. You've gotten 4 dings yourself, Baphomet. All right, here we go. Let me pull the Squire if it's up. I don't think it's up though. I think that was pulled fresh recently. Yeah, that's not up. But I can go down here. I can get the Idealist stuff. Right, a couple things from the bottom of the ramp there. And we're going to go to the top of these stairs and get these 3. Tontonite. Oh, we got all sorts of frogs right now. Got all sorts of frog action. These are kind of deep cut frogs. Tontonite, Idealist. I don't know if the Idealist himself was up. I think it's just a placeholder. But the Tontonite, that's something. Yes, Yonder Wiley, indeed. Give us the play-by-play. How'd it go down? What was the scene out there? And Yonder Wiley, I got to know your answer to the question of the day too. What's your first gaming memory? Yeah, Tontonite, he's even con. Pretty high level. Nothing we can't handle, but pretty high level. Nintendo, Mario, and Duck Hunt. The Olympic thing, whatever it was called, with the pad. Oh yeah, the power pad. I only seen pictures of the power pad and saw one in bad shape that wasn't hooked up. I never used a power pad in my life, but it seemed exciting and immersive. You know what I mean? That was like as close to virtual reality as we were gonna get at the time. You know? Franken Beans. Yeah, question of the day. What's your first gaming memory? There's a lot of ways to interpret that, you know? Whatever feels right. Whatever feels like the right answer is the right answer, you know? For me, I gave a couple answers. You know, board game. I remember one of my earliest memories was being freaked out by some of the characters on the Candyland game board. Um, they're frightening. I feel like they probably toned it down since then. I'm talking about like guys that were probably too spooky in general. But yeah, I already dinged 5 times this stream. The bonus is real. We're going kooky crazy with it. But I remember playing Highland Games on the Commodore 64. Thought that was awesome, right? Doing like the log toss or whatever. Okay, yeah, Yonder Willie's giving the play-by-play for this PvP up here. Can't wait to read that. Taught you how to switch the floppy disks and how to type load and run. Nice. Hey, you gotta start. You gotta crawl before you can walk. You know. Love loading them up. That's awesome. That's a great memory. Yeah, my first gaming memory like that was Commodore 64 too. It was my dad's, and he dusted it off and showed me some stuff. Yep, yep. Um, cool stuff. Thank you for sharing. All right, speaking of sharing, let's see what Yonder Wiley did out in the Dreadlands. He's chompy, right? Okay. He started off by summoning a pet, giving the pet Skellman haste, going fame death, and spamming it to attack Brahmi, Tamerlane, and Big Timer. Nice, nice. Advanced techniques. Um, yeah, I was a lot of my early gaming memories, you know, I can thank my dad for. He was definitely some sort of gamer in his day, you know. Games magazine was my favorite thing to flip through. I really like his back issues, you know, from them. It had everything. It was like all the game news, like new board games. That's probably the first experience I had seeing Advanced Dungeons and Dragons stuff, you know, was in pages of Games magazine. Also, they had like puzzles and um, you know, logic puzzles and stuff. I loved all that stuff. That was really fun. I wish I still had those, you know. I'm sure he wishes he still had them more than me. I was, you know, second to use them. Yeah, it was a good spree. Really good spree. Oh yeah, the soiled boots. I was thinking of trying to loot those on magician. I got a magician right here. Let's make a silent move real quick. These boots, the soiled boots, are for magician invis versus animal boots, which are potentially good. Not like I don't know. I'm just gonna loot the boots while I'm here. Tamerlane copy your strategy. You had the zone. You were really low HP, barely made it, and got out nice. That's what's up. Big big fights at Little Carnor Castle. Um, so there was 3 of them out there, huh? I wonder what they're up to. I had to think. I had to dig deep into my memories. What account is this magician on? But I remember. I remember. Okay, you say you returned, began to recuperate, saw Felham outside, but he's out of range. Then Brahmi zoned on you. Uh-oh. I feel like I'm right there right now. All right, here we go. loading in. Just getting started over here. I'm just picking up a drop real quick. No drops. Got to do it the annoying way. I know it says I'm in South Row. Don't have no fear. I'm just gating. Ran around outside KC, running atop walls, top buildings. You're on your way to zone back inside before you zoned. It sounds like an exciting fight. Hey, between me and you, this is my secret bind spot for my low level magician. Nobody knows. Okay, Tantanite. Got it. Hey, got these? If you could take them. Oh, you already got them. That's good. That's good. I'm glad you already have them, to be honest. All right, let's make a silent move back to Pewee. Big Timer just standing there, having just zoned, not doing anything. So you started attacking him. That's funny. I wonder why he's just standing there not doing anything. That's such a weird thing to do in the middle of combat when you're with so many friends, you know? That's such a weird thing when only one friend moves at a time. You know? It's so weird. No, I wasn't there. I don't know. I'm just saying. Um, let's get on the Shadow Knight. I think that was worth a 2 minute little intermission just to grab the boots, you know? If I never do the quest, it's not worth it. But I'm gonna do the quest one of these days. You know? It's on my to-do list. Everybody loves a good old-fashioned Temple of Sol Row quest, right? I know I do. Alright. Act like I never left. Pewee. 26 Shadow Knight with some nice little gear. And yeah, just getting started over here. Thanks for bearing with me for that little loot break, but told you it'd be quick. Okay, Yana really says he did not put a stop to it. You burned Harm Touch early, swapped to Weighted Axe. Oh, you swapped it out for the Frost Reaver, but you had no mana, just enough for the SK life tap over time. Uh-oh, this sounds close. I do like that, the life tap over time. Vampiric Curse, I believe it's called. So any who's worried about my hat, I did not lose my hat. I have my hat. Um, I'm gonna wash my hat. I was doing some yard work yesterday, and I had to pull some poison ivy. And anything I was wearing is in like quarantine right now. I'm gonna wash it with nice hot soapy water separately before, you know, reintegrating. I can't be too careful with poison ivy. I never used to be allergic. Or, you know, I mean, I at least used to go through my life thinking I wasn't allergic to it. I don't know if I just never really touched poison ivy, or maybe I really wasn't allergic to it. But as I got older, in recent years, I have found myself afflicted by poison ivy from time to time when I, you know, am in contact with it. So anyway, I was in contact with it, and so I was better safe than sorry. Maybe I was a little paranoid. Oh, Felham defeated by tap tap tap. Prazit. That's what's up. Healthy PvP on the PvP server. Um, but yeah, that being said, my hat was no exception to the quarantine. My belt, my boots, you know, everything, all of the above. I gotta like wash because I don't want any transfer of the poison ivy oils. This thing was extreme. This poison ivy plant had been growing and growing and growing for I don't know how long. It might be older than me. I don't know how old poison ivy can get, but its base stalk, like its vine closest to the ground, was like this thick, like a quarter around. It was absolutely massive. I'm getting itchy just talking about this thing. But no, luckily I wasn't affected. I was able to wash myself off thoroughly enough. Um, so far, so good. You know, that was yesterday. I feel like I'd be showing effects by now if it had got me. But I got it real bad a couple of years ago. I was doing landscaping as a job that summer, and had to had to weed whack an area with a lot of them. Customers always right. That's what they wanted. They weren't gonna pay unless that their playground got weed whacked, and it was like all poison ivy. And you know, against I should have just said no. I should have quit. You know, I should not have done it. But it got done, and I had poison ivy on my arms, and it lasted like all summer because it just kept like, you know, what I mean, it'd be on this part of my arm, and then it would like transfer this part of my arm, and then back down to that part of my arm, and now somehow I was on the other. It's just, oh, it's terrible. Poison ivy mess. So itchy. Um, all summer long. So I'm not trying to live that. I'm not. I'd rather play it safe. I'd rather be ridiculous and dramatic about it. But you know, just because I ain't gonna do that again. Live and learn. Poison ivy out here is just. Did you know it can flower? The poison ivy's like flowering right now on the big enough ones. If you look, you're dodging Braum. You got the last hit with the Froster before zoning into KC. That's what's up. That's what's up. Yeah, it sounds exciting up there. It's all level 60 PvP, or is anybody in the 55 bracket? Yeah, we're just getting started over here. I know it says we're 2 hours deep in the stream, right? But we're 4 hours deep in the stream. We had a little hiccup 2 hours in, where the my power flickered and it knocked the internet out and everything. It took me a couple minutes to get recuperated, resituated, uh, re-immersed, etc., etc. But hey, we're back. We're better than ever. Just like Fippy Darkpaw, I rise again. Tap cleared the 55 bracket just now. That's what's up. Yeah, yeah. I know you said Felham was in that range. So that's, you know, Praz it. All right. I got interrupted. I thought I levitated myself. I was gonna fly across. I was not faster than just running across the bridge, you know? I thought I thought I was doing something. Whatever. All right, I gotta look at who's online. What do we got? Who we got? 25 players. Dozens of us. Literally dozens. It's not bad for 10 a.m. But yeah, the question of the day. If you haven't answered the question of the day yet, I gotta know. What's your first gaming memory? Um, I feel like a lot of us are pretty similar in age, you know? There is some variety. But for the most part, our classic, our first gaming memories were decades ago, right? Many moons, uh, Commodore 64, Amiga, NES, stuff with monochrome green monitors. You know what I'm saying? Similar in age, I could be your great grand. You think so? Well, take it as a compliment, anyways. What's your first gaming memory? If that's the case, what was it? Was it marbles? Were you flicking the old glass orbs around? How many people on P99 Red at a time? Oh, sometimes there's over 50. I'd say sometimes you might even see like 70 plus. You only had sticks and sand. No, you had the, come on, don't lie. I know you had the hoop that you hit with the stick. You run alongside it. That counts. That counts, all right? That's gaming. That's hardcore gaming. Hoop and stick, any percent speed run. Mancala, yeah, that's a classic, huh? It's been around for probably thousands of years, if I had to guess. Tank Wars versus your bro. That sounds fun. Was that the one where you're the little tank and you shoot and it like has the little like trajectory and it blows up the air? Or that was like Worm or something like that? The half circle tanks with the turret. Yeah, there you go. Okay. Worms was an awesome game. Yeah, I never owned it, but I definitely played it. Uh-oh, Bromstick defeated by tap tap tap. Got all this PvP. You're just gonna make him mad. I gotta throw some gum in my mouth for that one. Hold on. I know I haven't even chomped any gum yet this morning, but that one deserves it. All right, we see some yellow text. We got some Big League Chew gum to celebrate it, right? Classic for a reason. Shreds of gum. Oh, it smells so good. It's a little early for this, but it's never too early for EverQuest PvP. But I'm gonna chomp this till the flavor fades in honor of Tap 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 of Flowers of Happiness defeating Bromstick of No Guild. Wasn't he in the guild? What happened? Did Pumice fully disband? What's going on? Oh, big drops, reed ring. That's what's up. Oh, some chomps for Chompy too. Yes, yes, yes. Let me double dip. All right, there we go. That one's for Chompy. Okay. Okay. Cumbersome. Dark blue frog. Not good enough. I want more. More frogs. And I'm going back to a boardroom. I should have even more gum in my mouth because tap 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 also defeated Felham, right? He's heating up, honestly. Let's see here, 25 players online. I still got some flavor here, but it is tiring. There's a lot of gum in my mouth. All right. Here's one. Dark blue frog. Other one I snared. Might take a little while. Don't be taking this stuff. I'll take it. Yeah, he's heating up. Oh, you want to screenshot it or something? There you go. Give you a second with it, and then I'll scroll back down. All right. Good times. Good gum. Classic. Um, what was I gonna say? I can only think chew. I can only think chew gum. I know, it's kind of awesome. Tap tap taps a necro. All right. Let me pull a spider and scryer. I'll pull them at the same time. It's going to be a big pull. Potentially too many. But I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. All right, there's one, two, three. Oh, hold on. So I pulled at least four so far. I'll pull the spider next pull. I'm chickening out. Four is enough. Needs no basis. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right, that's all the big league chew I can handle at this current moment. Delicious though, part of a balanced breakfast, I'm sure. Oh, there we go. Gonna be level 27 before you even know. Oh, dispelled me. How rude. Didn't really get anything too much. Return to focus. I think that's the enchanter armor class buff that removed from me. Happens. Really cooking. Wow. Resisted my snare. How rude. The XP though, not rude at all. Just right. Okay. I said I was gonna pull the spider next pull. I'm going the wrong way for that. Let's see if the Squire is back up. He's like the easiest named in the zone, but still decent XP. Here's the placeholder. Wow. How about this one? Is this one also green? Yeah, they're both dark green, if you will.
There he is.
Hey, thank you for that follow. Appreciate it. You're just in time. We're just getting started, and we got a question of the day. Question of the day: what's your first gaming memory? You got one? I want to. I gotta know. I would say I want to know, but it's past that. Want doesn't quite cover it. I need to know. I gotta know. This is in fact the 21st Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest of 2025. Um, and wouldn't you know, it's the 21st Sunday of 2025. What does that tell you? We got 100% Swamptacular splash rate over here. Uh, we're splashing 1,000. And I'm going to keep it going every Sunday, all day. Start at 6 a.m. in the morning. Yes, on my day off. I get up that early on my day off for EverQuest. I love this game. It just feels so good. Thank you. Appreciate you. Let's see if we can kick this down. One of the early Ataris playing Donkey Kong in the late 80s. That's what's up. That's a great memory. Must have blew your mind. Can bards wear this? Yes. Okay. Check it out, Ludwig. We're all upgrading over here. Oh, let me get my J boots on. I just got a little stat boost, huh? Went from having no stats on the belt other than haste to having quite a bit of strength. 15 strength, 8 armor class. That's big. And the gloves. I was wearing decent gloves. Giving up a little bit of dex, giving up a little mana in favor of 3 to all saves, 5 armor class, and a little bit bigger haste. So, hey, I'll take it. All in all, big gains. And that freed up the FBSS, which just, trickled down. We got some trickled down economics here in Flowers of Happiness. A win for one of us is a win for all of us. Your mom and dad were big into video games. Dad bought her an Atari with the big trackball so she could play Centipede while pregnant. That's what's up. Priorities. That's really cool. Centipede was an awesome game. I remember I was at a YMCA out of town once. They had a Centipede machine, and I played it so much. I had to go get more quarters, That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted. They wanted to suck all the quarters out of your pocket for these games. And being able to play it at home was such a huge win. That's a cool story. Thank you for sharing that, shameless soul. Here we go. Pulled like 4 or 5 frogs here? 6 frogs? Ish. Some amount of frogs. I'm not gonna get hung up on little details like who pulled how many. Irrelevant. Let's just slay them. 5 dings so far this stream, right? Started out 21. Now we're 26, closing in on 27. We're just getting started. You better believe it. I don't think anybody could stop us if they wanted to. But honestly, I don't think anybody even wants to try to stop us right now. Yes, it's the PvP server, but it takes 2 to tango. You know? We can taunt them all we want. I don't think they're gonna come to Guck. We follow because fatty races are the best in EQ. Oh, we got a lot of love for trolls on this channel. At least I do. I don't know if I speak for everybody, but I love trolls. They're handsome. I got a few troll shadow knights. I got a troll warrior. You're an ogre guy. Hey, ogres are pretty powerful. Um, I respect the talents of the ogres. But yeah, fun bags, exactly. Trolls rule. How you doing, fun bags? Good to see you this morning. Um, the big Popeye forums on trolls. I know, right? The troll graphics are great. I like the way their armors like kind of patched together. Um, just handsome. Just, yeah, always like trolls. I like the way they walk. I like the way they dance. Everything about it. The swamp is a great newbie yard. Grob is a great city. Um, to me. Oh, the regen. Of course. They do get stuck in a few small places, Lemmy Winks. You're correct on that. Excellent. Excellent point. Um, this is true. This is true. A little shrink goes a long way on a troll or ogre. Ogres get stuck too. Um, but yeah, I just let's see. I got in honor of ogres. One of our emotes is the Boomba the Big. Pop that one in the chat right there. Boomba the Big. Uh, Shout out to Boomba. I was saying last week, if I could trade with any video game character, I'd want to be Boomba, right? Boomba's got it made. Ogres get stuck everywhere, yeah. I wouldn't know. I've like hardly ever played an ogre, but I respect the skills. Um, right, Agok has a nice simple layout too. It's a breath of fresh air, after struggling with Akanon or even Kelethin has its friggin' labyrinth, a little bit. All right, fine. Kelethin's not too bad, but just in general, I really like the simple uh, layout of Grob. It's fun for PvP too, because you can get way up high. That's kind of fun. Oh. Speaking of getting stuck. But yeah, every Sunday, it's the Sunday Swamptacular Splashfest 2025 all year long. And that's a long stream. It's like 7 hours long. Now it says I'm 2.5 hours deep right now, but that's because I had a hiccup. My power flickered and knocked the internet out. But like Fippy Darkpaw, I rose again. Um, right. Those multiple zone cities. It's like, I get what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it like that much larger and more immersive or whatever, but it's like, it gets a little exhausting. I really I love I love Grob. I like Rivervale. You know what I mean? The single city, single zone cities for this guy. Um, it's a decent city, single zone, but well, kind of. What's that one in Thurgoden? I like Thurgoden. You know what I mean? Thurgoden's got a lot going for it. Pretty cool. I appreciate that they went through that effort. Velius, give us a good city. Right? Three different blacksmiths selling plate armor for 800 plat. I know, right? Like it. Well, like I said, I get what they were going for. I appreciate that they were trying to make it, you know, feel more large and real and stuff like that. But it's like, especially with the low population here on Red 99, like we don't need these big empty cities. Hallis is nice. You're right. You're right. Another nice simple one, tucked away. It's like the anti-Grob, you know, kind of like the polar opposite, but still nice and simple little kind of horseshoe layout almost. Oh, Grat's on 25. One of the rare situations where you need see and Viz. Oh, never mind, he found me. Where you need see and Viz because of an NPC, I should say. We need see and Viz all the time because we're playing PvP, and Invis is, players like Invis, but the NPCs don't cast it too much. Oh yeah, you get to work on swimming when you're in Hallis too. That's true. That's a good point. So the worst part about Hallis is if you're a barbarian, when the sun goes down, you can't see anything. But that's a barbarian problem more than a geography problem. But yeah, that could be rough. Could give some bad feels. Okay, there's the warden. So this should drop something nice for Ludwig von over here, right? Rogue or Bard only drops from the warden. If it's the belt, hopefully it's not because we just gave him FBSS. Um, but hey, if it's the gloves, well, they're probably not better than the gloves we just gave him either way. But either way, it's fun to find free loot. Yeah, you would think ogre troll. The next best choice is probably barbarian, right? Another large race that can use weighted axe. But if I had to, obviously troll for me number one, and then ogre, I'd probably go with ogre for number two, just because large and in charge. But if my third pick, I don't think my third pick would be barbarian either. I'd probably go with gnome, honestly. Just like throw all convention out the window and go the opposite direction. Um, Gnomes are pretty friggin' sneaky. There's the realist again. Like barbarians are cool. They look cool, you know? Respect. They can use a weighted axe. That goes a long way. Especially in the current meta over here, right? If you don't know about bow quest, well, just trust me when I say using a weighted axe is beneficial for warriors. Um, the warden dropped this belt. Halfling's your next best. Um, sure, yeah, halfling for the XP boost. Why not? Dwarfs are nice. I made a dwarf warrior on Easter. I streamed Easter Sunday. We did the Easter special where we made level ones and we're doing like some self-found struggle quest. And I got it to level 10 on Egg Hunt, my dwarven warrior. He still hasn't died yet, so he's still like hardcore. I might play him hardcore if I ever play him again. Remind me not to die. Um, that was a fun stream. The Easter Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025. was only, you know, a few weeks ago. Time flies when you're having fun, and I have so much fun. 3 times a week, or every Thursday morning, bright and early, every Tuesday afternoon, and then every Sunday was this Spectacular Splash Fest, as seen currently. Troll, Barb, then Halfling. That's your top three. Hey, respectable. I'm a man of culture as well with the troll number one. Let's see here. It's nice to have the regen. It takes a while to sit and get your HP back as a warrior. Even as a troll warrior, it can take a while. Um, so when I'm sitting there slowly regenning, I'm always so thankful that I picked troll because otherwise, it, I would not be slowly regenning. I would be like treading water, not regen. Yeah, you regen the slightest bit, but like that's it. Whereas a troll, a nice healthy regen. These pouches of goulash are really good to carry if you don't have C and Viz. You know, warrior, rogue. If you don't have an item, gives you C and Viz all the time. Yeah, frontal stun immunity. Imagine that on like a enchanter or a bard or something. You know what I mean? Like almost too good. Yeah, Hero's Journey is a cool server, huh? I never played it. Hey, Ding 27. Wait, hold on. Hold that thought. Let's dance. We're gonna do a slash dance. Let's do one more. I love the look of the troll dance. Yep, yep. We'll cheer. Yay. Hold on. Cheer. Yay. Come on. It's hard when I'm swinging. Yay. Okay. Um, what else? We'll bow and we'll wave one more time and we'll dance one more time. We'll cheer one more time. All right, we'll cheer. And we'll take a knee. Well, thank you for being here. We'll remind you we're just getting started. That's, of course, a little inside joke. We'll salute you. Shout out to all the champions. Who's a champion? Anybody who's a member of the Discord. Hold on. Let's throw an invite link in the chat real quick. All right. I got the link. I got the link. I'm throwing this in the link. If you're not a member of the Discord yet, consider this your personal invitation. Come on down. It's called the Swamp. The water's fine. We're building a community. I can't do it without you. And that being said, hey you, yes you. Um, Thank you for real. And more to come. Let's go. Let's get more XP. Okay. We got the J boots. We got the Lev. Let's get the Invis. I must have got dispelled because I swear I had Invis. Oh, Squire's up again. Okay. It's just a little green con Squire, but we'll kill it anyway. Two necks. Get J boots. I should probably empty my bags too. Still, the vendor right quick. I like the vendor on the hand, right? North side of the swamp. Pretty much in the middle. There we go. I love it when I find it without too much trouble. Is this where Ludwig von went to? Ah, there he is! We both found it without too much trouble. That's what's up. Stuff like bronze two-hander getting sold. Stuff like mithril two-hander coming with me. Mithril earring, you're getting sold. Bronze two-hander sold. Mesh tunic also sold. Okay. Good. Made a little room. Not much. Just a little. Okay. Ooh, cellos. How nice. All right, what do we got? What's up? Carrying a decent amount of plat right now. 50 plat. That's a tasty little payday if anybody wants to try it. Level 27 over here. Only things in range would be 23 to 31. That's a bold move, bringing the 27 to 31 over here. You want to come? Do you want to come kick the hornet's nest? I don't think they do. I don't think they want the smoke. Well, anyway, I'm pulling a few. Slash bunch. Ugh, blinded. Instinct will guide me. That's what I said last time before I died. All right. So your guess is as good as mine. How many are coming? I'm thinking 4. Let's say 4. If I sit, it'll be like 20. 1, 2, 3. That's it. 4. Yeah, we got 4. How nice. Oh, there's number 5, I think. Soon as I feel like this is under control, I'm gonna go pull some more. Which, you know, probably means when there's only one left. All right, pulling. Someone's probably still chasing me. I tried to fear it. I tried several times to fear it. I kept getting interrupted, and then I gave up. If it chases me, well, it'll keep chasing me until I come back, I guess. It is what it is. It's dead now. Alright, what do we got here? Tauntonite, Taunite, Gaznite, and a Viz Shaman. Nothing too serious. No Idealist, no Tauntonite. Um, Probably a bunch of dark blue if I had to guess. That's what we like. That's the bread and butter. So can anybody confirm this for me? Did Pumice disband? Is there no more Pumice? I see a lot of dad jokes on. I see a perdition on. That's like uh way uh what's the word I'm looking for? That's past due over there. Haven't seen perdition in a long time. Thought they broke up. Okay, now I see a Pumice member. I see Brahmi's in Pumice. What about his rogue? His rogue's not in? What's going on? Alright. Next. I haven't pulled a spider in a while. Go check it out. If it's the large heart spider, it might be pretty good XP. This was one of my favorite camps when I was a kid. The spiders. Um, because they dropped the bottom of the barrel gems, right? The real low stuff, the stuff that sells for like silver to gold. You know what I mean? Like sub platinum. Actually, you might be able to get like a topaz or like an amber. You know what I mean? Stuff that's like 1 to 3 plat. Which was really exciting for me as a kid. You know, they were stackable. They were lightweight. That was real money. You're making real plat. And of course, the spider silks. They dropped so many spider silks that they still do. Especially right now with the bonus loot. Like, this probably has like half a dozen spider silk. Or zero, you know? One or the other. Anyway, let's see if I can pull something from near Shinlord Run. I'm kind of traveling a lot, but hey, have J Boots will travel. Kind of a real long pull action. Just keeps going and going. Warden respawned already. Well, he's coming. Ouch! Backstabbed me. I don't even think he would be that close. He was snared. All right. Good thing about a long pull is it gives you nice space to kind of space them out, right? You saw me snaring different ones at different times. Like they should come nice and single file almost. Almost. But whatever. Nothing we can't handle. There we go. Here's the warden. All right, this one's almost done. This one's almost done. And the warden's almost done. Okay. Fear that. No, fear failed. Interrupted. All right, I'll wait for the buff. Be right back. Get some mail out. Okay, green froglock skin. I believe I may be mistaken, but for some reason I remember the first time I ever saw one of these, I was baffled. It was not listed on Alakazam. I don't know if it was a new item or what, but I took the screenshot and I submitted it to Alakazam. I don't know if it's still there, but I remember that. I remember thinking it was like some super rare, important thing, the green Froglock skin. It's not. I would say. I would say it's not rare or important, but it might have been new. Could be. Could have been new. Otherwise, it probably would have been on Alakazam already. We were all doing our part. Keep that up to date. Nowadays, we got the wiki. Way better. Worlds better. All right, I got one, two, three. Three frogs. Pulling towards the summoner now. Could probably pull the placeholder next pull. That's advanced upper guck, really. Let's face it. All right, where are they? I outsmarted them a little too much. This one's just green. This one's also just green. This one's also just green. It is what it is. They're green with XP though. J-Boot's fading. Ooh, wow. Nice. Crunched it. Alright. Clicking J-Boots, obviously. I'm running way too far in this zone to not be clicking J-Boots. Oh, and this guy's blue. I didn't even see him. Snuck up on me. Right. J-Boots. We're speeding around this zone. All right. Hey, yeah. Anybody not answer the question of the day yet? What's your first gaming memory? Dig deep. Think back. Really reminisce. You know what I'm saying? I gotta find that the Candyland game board. I gotta look it up online and see if it's still as spooky as I remember it. I don't think it counts as my first gaming memory, but it was my first board game memory that I ever seen. Okay, this Viz Shaman is dark blue. He's mad. And pull it this way. Maybe I'll pull the scryer placeholder on there too. Insufficient mana? You gotta be kidding me. Okay, so if we look, you see that the one-hand slash goes 140. I do believe that's my max for this guy. Right? It feels like the max. In the spirit of not getting skills left behind too bad, we'll put that on. Hit the two-hand slash up a couple more. Should have rolled an SK. You don't know how to necro. I know, right? Their spell loadout looks like SK, so you might get tricked. You might be like, "Oh, I know what I'm doing. Run in and start trying to tank," you know. But no, no, no. Gotta keep your distance. They're a little squishy. Necro's fun though. Necro's fun. If you need some starter gear, I'll help you out. Big asterisk, big footnote there being I mean on Red 99. If you're not on Red 99, I got nothing to help you with. But if you are on Red 99, oh, we got gear for days over here. A little help can go a long way. You know what I mean? Like if you want the authentic like struggle quest, self-found, etc., hey, knock yourself out. But if you're not, if you know you've done it before and you're just looking to play some EQ for fun, well, you know, no shame in that. I wanted to try something new. Trying something new is fun in this game. I still haven't tried Shaman or Wizard. Those are like the two classes I haven't leveled yet. Um, Never really leveled a Bard until a couple of years ago, and I loved it. It's probably like my favorite class now. I never would have known because I never played them. Well, okay. I did have a Bard as like a boxed alt back on retail. There was a period where I was playing two accounts, but wasn't a PvP server, and it was allowed. You know, on this server it's not allowed, so I don't do that. I probably wouldn't want to anyway. It wasn't that fun, but I don't really count that as playing a bard, right? I had a bard that did flash melody and followed me around. You know, that's not really playing a bard. One, two, three, four. All right, we got like the whole pit, which is three casters plus this guy. Oh, they dispelled me. What'd they get? My endurance to magic. How freaking rude. All right, this time I'm just crossing the circle bridge. Last time I tried to levitate first, and it got interrupted, but I like my brain was off, so I just stepped off the edge anyway, as if I was levitated. That was funny. That was funny. Ink 4-ish. We'll see. We'll see how many. My prediction is 4. All right, let's go with the priest first. He's a cleric. That's annoying. Oh, I got a zone. I gotta clear that aggro before I lose all my buffs. If you zone too low, there's a bug. Ah, it happened. It happened. If you zone too low HP, you lose all your buffs. Um, and that's what happened to me. That was a little spicy. Yeah, I'll take rebuffs inside. Now, I snared the priest. So I'm hoping this whole group split up and the priest is left behind. We'll kill it. Yeah, that's what happened. That's how it's going. Sheesh. Ugh, good, I got the interrupt. Thank God. Spicy priest. Okay. Well, good. We killed the priest. Maybe he'll respawn holding the staff next time, or the rod, whatever it's called. The enchanter quest drop. So that'd be nice for Baphomet over here. That was a spicy pull. Um, did we kill this one before we zone? No, we didn't kill anything before we zone, huh? It was worth a try. At least we got the priest down. Like I said, maybe respawn it with the golden rod, which is for the Rod of Insidious Glamour, which is like a must-have enchanter item. I'll be right back. Definitely need some mana. You say you never played a mage or a monk, huh? Um, Mage, kind of fun. Kind of fun. I I leveled that one mage pretty high. Not all the way, not yet, but he's living his dream, living the life, calling the heroes. That's what I wanted. I made a new mage. Um, as seen earlier in the stream, right? I looted those mage boots, the quest drop, on that mage. It's not very high level yet. Doesn't even have his J boots yet. Basically unplayable to me. I need J boots. I'm not really playing anything that doesn't have J boots. Um, so until then. All right, this is the pull that was too scary last time, but I got mana this time. I got HP this time. I'm not scared anymore. And the priest is dead, right? We killed the priest already. He was part of the pull. That was complicating things, throwing a wrench in our works. They're trying to blind me. Don't you freaking dare. Holy shit. These things are tough. Ah! Oh boy, spam life tap. I don't know. I don't know, you guys. Those freaking blinds are brutal. I wanted that pull. I got what I deserved though. Let's see what happened. Let's look forensically. I was just getting nuked. I was blinded, nuked for 81. Uh, Nuked for 81. Nuked for 79. And by the time I could see again, I was like dead. It is what it is. Was I rooted at the same time? You wouldn't even know. Darkness. I know. Hmm. I should have put on my extra 10 save magic. Maybe it would have saved me. It's alright, I respawned. Like Fippy Darkpaw. I'm back. I'm back, baby. Better than ever. You thought you knocked me down? Ain't no thing. Already mostly back to Guck. Charisma buff would have saved me. Perhaps, perhaps. I should have hung out for that charisma buff. Um, it's unfortunate because I really want to kill the summoner placeholder. I really want. Maybe it's just too high level. Did I even consider it? Is it like red? Maybe I should pull the pit first, right? Because the pit adds. I think I could pull the pit without getting the side guy, but I can't pull the side guy without getting the pit. So it's about the order. Oh, that's all right. I'm already back. I know where I died. Appreciate it. The offer. I know, big stinky troll corpse stinking up the hallway. It is what it is. I ain't too worried. I do want my J boots back though. So let me do that. You click them. I know. Speaking about slow motion, ugh, like molasses without these J boots. All right, let me click that, and then I'm pulling again. I was about to say, where the heck is this Froglock? He's taking his sweet time. Oh, I'm all buffed up now, feeling good, feeling right, feeling ready, ready for action. All right, so what's next? That's the realist, which I keep. I'm like a broken record with this. If you can't see and Viz, if you're a class that does not get C and Viz, then pick up these pouches of goulash by all means. Single charge, instant cast. It's a must have, you know? They come in very handy. Low level PvP, perhaps, you know? Even if you're a class that gets C and Viz, if you're not that level yet, you gotta do something. You can't put a finger bone hoop on all your ults, you know? Let's be realistic here. You only need C and Viz when you need it. And when you need it, you really need it. Or else you're gonna wish you had it. But anyway, I should shut up because it got looted. It's not like they're not taking it. I'm not like lecturing them over not taking goulash. It's getting looted. You know, I even got some. Right? Goulash for days. But yeah, question of the day. Question of the day. I know I'm a broken record. I'm just gonna keep saying the same stuff over and over again. But if you're just tuning in, you might not know the question of the day. You might not have your chance to answer the question of the day. And I want to hear everybody's answer. You know, uh, you're you're included. Your opinion matters. Your experiences are valued. Um, and I want to know. In fact, I gotta know. I'm not going to be able to go about my day not knowing what your first gaming experience was. What's your first memory of it, you know? Was it something you saw, something you played? Yes, indeed. Okay, roots off. Ugh. Ladder can be tough. Boardroom can be tough. That was not my first Guck rodeo. First time to the arcade was just awesome. Same. I freaking loved the arcade. Um, I couldn't wait until I was older so I can just go to the arcade whenever I wanted. Little did I know that arcades would be going out of fashion before I was old enough. They're still around. There's still some arcades around, but it's not the arcadeful world of my youth, you know, or the arcadeful world before my youth, really. Um, First time I went to arcade that I remember was probably like it must have been like 1993 or so because it was the year of Pogs, right? Remember when Pogs hit the scene hard in the continental U.S.? I guess they had always been a thing out in Hawaii or whatever, but when they hit the scene, somewhere between the early to mid 90s, I was a kid, and oh boy, was I intrigued. And that was the first time I ever saw a Pog. Was at the arcade. I was in the, you can redeem tickets for stuff, including some pods. I thought it was awesome to really see them in person. I had only read about them in a magazine or something, or the newspaper or something. I'd heard of pogs, and they described pogs as cardboard circles. So I thought the circles that came with a pizza underneath the pizza I thought that was I thought those were pogs. I thought any cardboard circle was some variety of pog. You know what I mean? So when I actually saw what a pog really was, it was much smaller than I thought they were going to be. But anyway, pogs were fun. In my neighborhood, we would like play for keeps. You know, I think that's how you're supposed to play. Um, I loved that gambling for kids. A quasi skill game gambling for kids. It was fun. It was really fun. Um, I just wish it, what I mean, it was one trend that I wish stuck around longer. I was like the last Pog player I knew, you know. I thought they were real hoot. Anybody else play some Pogs? Slamming stacks. You used to have a clear green slammer with a scorpion in the middle called a stinger. Nice. That's what's up. Some of those slammers were like almost too good. All right, we got the priest up again. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. Trying to pull the priest. I might still have some pogs somewhere. Um, I used to love. Okay, name brand pogs were my favorite, obviously, right? They had like little foil flecks about them. You know what I mean? It was like that was the hot technology at the time, adding little holographic stuff like that book the about the fish with like the scale, the rainbow scale or whatever. Anyway, that stuff was hot. at the time, mid 90s or whatever. And official Pogs would have ones like that. But unofficial Pogs had something different, right? They would have like topical references and like absolute ridiculous, you know, stuff. It, those were my favorite, honestly. You could get them at like the gas station, you know. They're a little cheaper than a real Pog. Um, Bootleg Pogs or whatever. I'm zoning. I snared the priest, so we're splitting this camp. There's just no way. There's no way I'm surviving that. You just have Star Trek Pogs, cool designs like yin yang, skulls, animals, peace signs. Absolutely, yeah, yeah. That was the kind of stuff you would get from the like non-name brand, right? Like the off-brand Pogs would be cool like that for sure. I remember I had one that was had OJ Simpson on it, like holding on to like prison bars or whatever. You know what I mean? Stuff like that. It was like all weird topical stuff. Like you would get them like randomly. You didn't know what you were gonna get. Um, just weird, all sorts of weird stuff. Topical. Um, I wish I could find all those. Maybe. Maybe I'll dig them out someday. But where's the priest? Got the priest single. That's what we want. It was a tough run. Couldn't kill it all at once. I bailed. I told them to zone. You know, like could we have maybe, toughed it out? We got some crowd control here, sure, maybe, but I don't know. I want to live. Give me the sure thing right now. Sure thing was just splitting this priest out, killing it, moving on. All right, there you go. Enjoy that rod for the enchanter quest. It's worth it. Interesting thing is, it's not no drop though. The finished product, right? The golden rod is no drop, but the rod of insidious glamour is tradable, which is funny. It almost seems like an oversight. Like how many other Sol Row? Um, I guess all the armor stuff is tradable, and some of that requires no drop stuff. So okay, fine. I didn't even fully form the question. I answered it already. There's stuff. It happens. I guess there's precedent for that, but I don't know. It seems like the kind of thing that you would have to do yourself. But it's not too hard of a quest. It's just a bunch of legwork. Yeah, yeah, Mini Neeson. You're right. It probably is most. Um, it's definitely not a hard and fast rule, though. There's always exceptions, like the magician stuff. Why is the magician stuff like no trade? The clicky boots, all the focus items, those are all no trade. I guess they thought it'd be too powerful to make them tradable. I don't know. I had to punish magicians somehow. Um, I guess because I thought of the Rod of Insidious glamour closer to like a magician focus item than like this helmet, Dark Forge helm. I guess that's why I was like kind of thinking like, but yeah, you're right. Most of the stuff's tradable. No, it sounds true. It absolutely does because all the lambent armor, dark forged armor. We could just look at Death Star's post here. Crafted armor, armor of row, scaled mystic armor. All that stuff's tradable. So multiply that many by however many visible slots there are. You know that's going to give you the majority right there for sure. Um, but the wizard clicky, I can't think of the name of it right now, but you know what I'm talking about. The one that makes you feel uncomfortable. The instant cast one that they use. That's no trait. So that I guess that's why I expected Rod of Insidious Glamour to be no trait. But I don't want to lose my buffs. Yes, Mini Neeson, the Flux Staff. The Flux Staff. I chickened out on my group. I hope they're okay. I'll go back in there. I just had to shake the aggro a sec. Very brave of me. Brave Shadow Knight dipping out. Yeah, I don't know, Mini Neeson. I don't know. It's funny that it wants you to swear instead. It's like, nah, they didn't mean flux, an actual word. Um, I lean on autocorrect personally. This is why I've been called barely literate. It's because I can't spell. I know how to read. I know how to read. I really do. I'm literate, but I can't spell. But that's okay, because autocorrect sometimes has my back, usually, for the most part. You know, I'll keep guessing until I get it. Spelling's overrated. You use that word too much in the browser. Yeah, you trained it. All right. Anyways, have I said we're just getting started in a while? Because we are. It's true. We're just getting started. Oh, there's still one there? Okay. I'll come back. I'll help. I'm clearly not paying attention. Oh, it's dead? Okay. Good. All right. Realist is still down. Maybe the Scryer popped. It'd be nice to kill the Scryer, right? That's drops a couple wrists. I don't know if anybody needs them, but we'll pick them up. We'll take them with us. Um, who started in a Necro? I remember somebody a couple minutes ago saying they started a Necro. Did you mean on Red 99? Because if that's the case, the Scryer has some excellent starting wrists, right? 12 HP. I mean, it ain't much, but it's honest work, especially at low level. Um, couple intelligence. Again, it ain't much, but you could wear two of them, you know? If Brad wills it. We'll try spawn. I'll keep killing all the placeholders around here. It's like the world's shortest J boots. No XP? Dang. Okay. Alright, we might be graduating from the spider camp then. I really thought that large spider was going to do something. Yeah, that would be the shortest J boots, right? Try to click it while somebody's pummeling it. Uh, you're right. You're right. That was a pretty short J boot. Another shortest J boot contender. I recently uploaded a clip, some Chardock Chaos. In the middle of that, when I was very low HP, I was outside. I clicked J boots. I go inside, and because I was so low HP, I lost all my buffs, which in this case was just the J boots. But it was a crucial J boots. Let me tell you, I needed that J. I was counting on that J boots. That J boots was my whole play because I had no HP. I had to book it. I still somehow made it. Like, don't tell me how I outran a full HP J booted enchanter while I was like 0 HP, no J boots. You didn't know I knew how to get to Kunark? Oh, buddy, I'm in Kunark daily. Um, you must not know about me. I got some Kunark guys. I got some Kunark guys. I got a over there hammer. I know how to use it. But yeah, I got a bunch. I got a few. You keep watching, you'll see them all. Stay tuned. Yup, Nui. That's nice, Chewy. That's my level 60 Shadow Knight. This is Pewy, level 27, powerful Chewy, or maybe it's petty Chewy. I don't know. Depends who you ask. I got a couple other Shadow Knights. Um, Ask me how my buffs are. They're living. I got some buffs. Oh, this is red. Holy shit. Alright, I'm running. I'm regenning a little bit. Let this walking sleep wear off too. Jeez. Using your strat, running away. It's a good strat. Nothing wrong with that. Taking the tactical advantage, if you will. Oh boy. I definitely don't want to sit. I'm gonna try to fear it. Fear didn't work. Jeez, he's fast. Resisted fear. All right. I'll life tap this frog tad real quick. Fear, come on. Land, land, land. Yes. Needed that. This is why I've been getting my ass whooped. This is a red con frog. The one thing I didn't check was what level it was before I tried to pull it 3 times, Or tried 3 times to pull it, I should say. Alright, I'm gonna let him come back. We're doing it. We're winning. Oh, you got a player in the zone. Oh, there go my buffs. There go my buffs. Huh? I'm not paranoid. Who's who's saying I'm paranoid? Men up. I skipped the XP on the red con, so hopefully it was good XP for those who participated. Um, I was taking the tactical advantage. Okay, I had to do what I had to do. Where's this thing? Must got lost on the bridge. There it is. Yeah, we'll go this way. Let's see what we see. Here's a frog. Captain Long Whistle, thanks for hanging out this morning. Definitely appreciate your company in game, and big thanks for answering the question of the day. Hey, question of the day for anybody who didn't hear it, didn't answer it. What's your first gaming memory? Kind of wide variety of answers. I like it. I like the variety. I don't know what I expected, but I didn't know what I expected. All right. All right. Nobody. But I saw a player in upper guk. They must have gated out. What a bummer. Well, Redcon. Get my buffs on. Yeah, very red. If I had a little room to fear kite it, I'd do it, but there's plenty of stuff on this side of the zone line we could do. Plenty of stuff. I won't have to run as far. Be nice. Dark green. Easy frog. $27 players online now. Server's waking up. Slay as many easy frogs as we can. You need the server to go back to sleep so you get some peace? Come on. I'm sure there's plenty of peace on this server. There's more zones than players, you know? When there's a will, there's a way. You could always find some peace. It just might be in a less desirable zone, you know? Plenty of peace in Gorge of King Zorb, you know? I would imagine. I haven't been there in a while. But I'm guessing there's plenty of peace. Anybody want to confirm, deny the solitude of the gorge? You know, not so much peace in Velk's lab or something, you know? But somewhere like Sol A might find some peace. Sometimes. Alright, where's the blue cons? If we go to the Crocs, I'm sure those will be nice. Nice and easy. Great XP. Honestly, the Ancient Croc Camp is probably the top XP camp in Upper Duck. You know, if you're limiting yourself to one little spawn, it's hard to beat that. But as far as like a place to pull to, I'll pull it. I'll pull Crocs. But I don't want to pull two Crocs. You know what I'm saying? There's a blue. Just what the doctor ordered. Wow. Quite a bit of fizzling there. A little excessive. Wish you can get skill ups off of fizzles, you know? Remember that old loading screen message? You've gotten better at fizzling with like a skill up skill, you know what I mean? It's classic. Alright, 80%. 82%? What do you think? 82? Let's check it out. Load skin Duxa. Let's see what it does. 83%. Hey. Alright, let's get quickly back to load skin Velius because I can't stand Duxa. I just like to see the XP percent every now and then. Help me calibrate it. You know, calibrate my eyes. If we had the blue line, you know, as Brad intended, we should have blue line by now. That's very much within the what's it called, the timeline. Maybe it's a skill issue, you know. Maybe if I just installed a different UI, it would work. But I don't know. Like Velius UI should have the blue line in the XP bar, from what I remember. Whoa. Got hit with a crazy stun. I was swinging the mouse pretty fast when it stunned me. So spun like a top. Getting dangerously close to level 30 and the level 30 spells. I say dangerous because those are dangerous. Feign Death, Gather Shadows. There's no place you can't go once you get those two spells. You know, you already got Invis versus Undead. So you got, you know, you got it all. You do it all. You know, if Kazik allowed. Just gonna do it. It's gonna be level 28. Can't wait. From 21 to 28. And we're just getting started, believe it or not. There was that slight hiccup a couple hours into stream. It was right when I was going to do the question of the day. That was like really weird. The question of the day today. What's your first memory of gaming? So there's no wrong way to answer. But tell you what, we're gonna dance. We're gonna cheer. We're gonna wave. Hey, everybody who saw me ding 28, what's up? Salute to you. Welcome to the stream if you're just joining us. If you're not just joining us and you've been watching for the long haul, well, an extra special salute to you. And hey, speaking of you, yes, you, have you considered joining the Discord? I'm going to pop a link in the chat right now. That's your personal invitation. Come on down. It's called the Swamp. The water's fine. That's the place to be. And yeah, consider please, please, please checking back every Sunday over here because we do the Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest all 2025. It's been so fun every week. This week's been no exception. As far as Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest go, this is one of the swampiest. We're here. We're right here in Guck. That's very swamp focused, you know. Extremely swampy. One of the better games was Wonder Boy 3, The Dragon's Trap. Thank you for answering that. I never heard of that one. I gotta look into that. Wonder Boy 3. Did you ever play any of the other Wonder Boys? Wonder Boy 1 or 2? Or so forth? I never heard of the Wonder Boys. Let alone Wonder Boy 3, The Dragon's Trap. But definitely gonna look. I got a lot of stuff to look up after today's stream. Cause I want to know. I want to know what you guys are talking about. You know, if I missed it, I want to look back and be like, like Dragon Keeper or Dungeon Keeper, Dungeon Keeper 2. That was something I never played back in the day. A late adopter, getting into it recently, and it's fun. I'm gonna run around a little bit, regen a little bit after this Shin Warrior dies. I really want this Shin Warrior to die. Come on. There we go. Gosh. I'll peel those off, yeah, one by one. I think we're doing okay. Yeah, reset your app. Perfect. Now I don't need to worry. So dark blue, dark blue. At least there's no red god killing system. I'm gonna put the sword and board again just for, you know, good measure. Oh, hey, Chester. Come here, buddy. I just heard him scampering down the stairs at a high rate of speed. Come here. I got two cats. Neither one of them has made an appearance in this stream today, and hey, buddy, come here. He's facing his ears at me, but not his face. You know what I mean? Like he's listening, but he's ignoring. Whatever. I got frogs to worry about right now. Oh, shit. They hit me hard. They hit me real hard. Oh, too hard. I'm gonna die. I want to live. Yeah, we're both hurting right now. Let's just chill. Those guys aren't going anywhere. Except back to their spawns. We'll kill them in a minute. Level 28 though. That much bigger, that much better. Much more able to, slay frog. Just a beef med break. A brief med break. Be right back. Hold, please. Can't get Chester to come up. He's rubbing against my legs right now. He's doing that thing, taunting me. He, Come here. Oh, he might. He might. Come on, buddy. Come on. Come on up. I love this little guy. He's he's sure silly. Come here, you little silly guy. I'm surprised if the mic's not picking up him purring right now. He's purring so loud, rubbing against my legs. Oh wow, I just hit that thing for 16% in one round. Not bad. Whoop. You want to come up, buddy? Come here. He's like in the spot that he goes to when he wants to come up. Come on up. Come here. Come up. It's okay. It's so okay. I'm cool with it. Chester, come here. He's like looking at me like, is it okay? Yes. Buddy, can we pick you up? Chester. There he is. I grabbed him. Let's see if we can get him in the frame. There he is. The orange lad himself. He's a good boy. Buddy, we're killing frog logs. Me and Ludwig von and Pewee are killing frog logs. What do you think? Because I got the heater going. I got the chills when that mystery player zoned in. I was really low HP. It was a little adrenaline rush perhaps, but it crashed so fast because it was a false alarm. The guy was just like gating out or something. Maybe not even in range. But I didn't know that at the time. So, you know, I ended up with the chills after. It happens. EQ PvP is a serious thing. Right, Chester? I love this stinking guy. It's the green screen. Hold on. Let me try to. How do I do this? I know he's not green, but it's like just gotta get it right. It's the lighting. The seasons are changing. You know what I mean? No, he's real. He's real. He's real comfy now. He's in loaf mode on my lap. Oh, I disturbed him by reaching for the camera. Nah, he's real. He's a good boy. Sometimes guilty of the crime of scarfing his food too fast. You know, gotta keep an eye on him. Can't be trusted. You know. But other than that, he don't got a mean bone in his body. He's such a little sweet guy. But you better watch out if you're a moth. He don't take kindly to moths where he's from. Anyway, Yep, this is Chester. This is my son. First time he's been on stream in a while, honestly. Winnie's been making appearances more than him. And she was the shy cat for like years. She never came on the stream at all. Didn't even think, didn't think she would. And then she started showing up in stream all the time. He's the first one today to make an appearance. He's here. He's relaxing. We're hanging out. Right, buddy? Oh. Oh, when he looks up at me. It's just... I'm a cat guy. Maybe it's the toxoplasmosis talking. But, I think cats are pretty swell. Oh. Was I in kittens who say meow? Nah, nah. But there was a guild like that on Red too. Um, it might have just been called Meow. There's a guild called Meow on Red once upon a time. We were always fighting them though. I was in Flowers uh, since the beta on Red. Um, you know, I joined when I found out it was the real Flowers. Because I was the guild my friend Tree Rat was in, and he was always trying to get me to play PvP. So yeah, I finally did it. And it was cool to meet people who remembered him. The OG Flowers took me under their wing. This was a decade and a half ago now. Been a flower ever since. No other PvP guild for me. I didn't even cave in the dark days, right? Um, when friends formed, a lot of people dropped the flowers tag for pixels. I never sold out. Never. Not once. Fuck pixels. I don't care. Yeah, buddy, we're hanging out. We're playing EQ. I don't know if the mic can pick up his purring, but he is quite purring, right? You're rubbing on my chin. All right. Wow, 40% in already? Didn't I just ding? It's almost too fast. Like I said, I don't even know what level I'm taking this troll to. If I'm taking him to level 20, I gotta lose a few levels. Which is fine. It's about the journey or something, right? Or it's about the destination, not the journey. I don't. Whatever's convenient for. You know, I'm enjoying EverQuest. I'm less concerned about my end goal right now. I know I need skill ups before anything. There's no point to leveling a ton and de-leveling because you only get to keep 2 levels worth of skill ups on red. I don't know how it is on blue or green. I know how it used to be on retail, on live EQ, but they determined that was, you know, have the potential for abuse. So they decided no, no, no. 2 levels worth of skill ups. Okay, that's fine. I think it's different on blue and green, right? There's like no, they don't care. They let you keep all your skill ups the way Brad intended. Um, or am I mistaken? Did they do the 2 across the board? I only play red. Since red's come out, I've only played red. I didn't play green or blue. I mean, I played blue before red. I never played green. That came out while I was retired. All right, these ones were tough. If I do recall, I might have to zone one of these. Let's see. Oh, fizzles. The fizzles are what's gonna kill me. Oh shit! Who's that? I saw a player. I didn't see a name yet, but it looked red. What's happening, Chester? Now, seeing a player like that doesn't necessarily mean they were physically right there, right? There's a weird bug on this server, right? It appears to be a feature from, okay, correct me if I'm wrong, but from what I can tell, it's only on red, right? It doesn't happen on blue or green. The zone line bug, the ghost, whatever you want to call it. Um, if you're looking in the right spot, think where your pet would be if you were like a magician, right? It's usually right around there. If you're looking in the right spot, you might see a player when they zone in. Just for a split second, they're going to be in that spot. And you can even target that player if you're quick enough. It's weird, right? It's really weird. It makes it convenient if you're doing Call a Hero, which is, tinfoil hat time. I think that's why it happens. I think, you know, the raiding guild in charge got some pocket dev to code in a little thing that nobody would notice because it's just on red. Nobody's gonna know, and just to make their lives easier. It's weird. I've been calling it out since I seen it um, when I came back. It never used to be like that. When I stopped playing EQ, whatever it was, 10 years ago, it wasn't happening. It's only since I came back I've been seeing it. It happened at some point while I was gone, and it's remained in the game. Right? Anybody who plays blue or green, have you ever seen that? The zone line ghost, right? Where somebody zones in and you can see them from across the zone somewhere, you might be in the middle of ice clad swimming and you might see somebody just flash in real quick, but they're not near you. Okay, it's just meningitis. That's our guildie. I was a little spooked for a sec though, because I wasn't ready for all that. Like I said, I thought I saw a red name. So, I was trying to use the zone line to help split these up a little bit, but um, you know, I got spooked. I got interrupted. This one's yellow. This one's blue. I'm just gonna kind of juggle these. I don't want to fight three at a time. Three at a time seems excessive. You know? That's just me. Caught him with the snare. He'll be back. Alright, now I'm out of mana. We're doing okay. In fact, I'm going to go ahead and say we're doing great. I'll try to tank this. Tried to taunt the warrior off you, but we're doing fine. Yeah, zoning is the safe move. You're not missing much for the next couple seconds here. Just crazy XP though. I want to hit level 30. Oh yeah, he came right for you. That low HP aggro is serious. Yeah, just enjoy this XP. I'll kill it. No. Ah, sorry. I tried to turn it off, but I was too late. Let's just chill a sec. How about that? How about just a quick chill? I'm sorry I didn't share that XP of the last kill with you. Um, but I'll tell you, it was good. It was a lot of XP, so I won't waste it. I'll put it to good use. Speaking of putting it to good use, I don't know how I only have 4 bone chips. I just must have never killed skeletons or something, really. That being said, click the Lev Cloak, and then click Turtle Boots. I'll Turtle Boot the both of us. How about that? Okay. As long as I don't pull too many, we're good. That's a big, as long as though, you know what I mean? Uh-oh. Is this guy gonna... Yeah. Here he comes. He didn't even frock. That's why you can't trust the frocks. But sometimes they don't. They're all froked out. I'm ignoring him. I've been determined to make it to Croc. I'm finally doing it. Round in the corner now. There it is. Croc. Frock that guy. If seeing this guy means the repops are starting, but I'm at least coming back with one Croc. If the repops happen before I can get the other Croc, yep, there they are. There's the repops. It's unfortunate, you know? I pushed. I pushed and pushed. I didn't even wait for mana. Another frog. Oof. It's like a lot of frogs and one croc. And the croc's coming last. Frog that guy. 4 frogs. There we go. We're standing the perfect distance apart. I'm trying to target this Gauss Knight without getting closer. Come here, Gauss. Oh, whatever. Whatever. Croc, you're next. At least there's no shamans. We're doing good. Oh man, I wonder I can't catch. Oh. Yeah, play it safe. Play it safe. I say play it safe, but I do nothing of the sort. Too far away, come on. It's really fleeing right now. There we go, got the XP. It's on the rest of them. Had to work for that croc. We're dangerously close to overextending over here, you know what I mean? This is the PvP server. Maybe we should, you know, reel it in, dial it back, calm it down. What else? What else should I do instead of what I'm doing? I should tone it down. Cool my jets. Hold my horses. Pump the brakes. There's a good one. That reminds me of Snow Runner. I gotta hit up Goku but Stronger and see if he wants to play Snow Runner on Tuesday with me. I've been thinking about that game. Can't even lie. But yeah, hey, whatever distracts me from pulling, that's the important thing. Because right now, I gotta hold it. We need a little more mana. That was you know, something that happens when you're pulling far distances and the repops start. Yeah, there's a good chance you're getting like all those repops on the course of that pull, and that's what happened. They came hard, but we killed one croc. There's still a croc up, so we're not respawning an ancient yet, but halfway halfway to respawn something. All right. What's up in Upper Guck? Let's see. Do a who? It's empty. All right. Brakes have been pumped. We're just sliding now at a safe speed. Back in control of the Guck situation. Yeah, the frogs had the upper hand for a second there, but we're okay. We're okay. All right, next. I don't want probably could win. I want risky. There we go. Formidable. Good catch with the mez. My channeling. My channeling is at least I have some channeling. I'm not a warrior. Uh, there's a chance, but I'm definitely behind in the skill on that one. Yeah, 62. That's lacking. It'll happen. Oh, nice, huge, massive. 90% in. Mossy G, hey, good to see you. Hey, question of the day. Anybody who hasn't answered the question of the day. What's your first gaming memory? What's your or memory of gaming or whatever? You know, I've given a few answers. First thing that left an impression on me was definitely that Candyland game board. Spooked me. First game I remember seeing, even before like Slapjack or something simple enough for a toddler. One of your first is actually EQ. That's what's up. Starting off right, starting off strong. Life is a game. Hit save every night. Yeah, You got a druid when you were 4 years old? Nice. Oh, that's so cool. What a game to start with. People are like, what's up with this druid? It's like, 4 years old. Oh, understandable. Have a nice day. That's pretty cool. I learned to type thanks to EQ, but I was like a young teen. I just didn't know how to type. Get real bad anxiety. I don't think you made it very far. Yeah, but believable. It could be a tough game. Unforgiving, especially back then when they weren't holding our hands around every corner. There's no, summon your corpse to the guild lobby or stuff like that. All right, what do we got? I pulled one of the two crocs, and then all the respawns happened. Alpha Cyanide, what's going on? It's good to see you. We're just getting started over here. We're talking about our first memories of gaming, you know? We've got a large variety of answers, from Pong to all the way up to, I think the most modern first memory we've heard was Mossy Jesus now saying EQ. Nothing wrong with that. It's a honestly, I wish that was my first memory of gaming because it's an epic game. Oh, this bonus XP is crazy. I was level 21 when I started the stream. Um, it says we've been going 4.5 hours, but it's like 6.5 hours. My internet went out. My whole power flickered, and I had to restart the stream at like 8 a.m. It was while I was trying to ask the question of the day. I finally, I hype it up for 2 hours straight. I finally go to unveil it, and the fucking, stream crashes. But luckily, people toughed it out, stuck around. Thank you so much for that, everybody who did. It was embarrassing. I hate when that happens, but just take it as an example that I will always come back. If something flickers, I'm not gonna let it stop me. The whole time that the stream's down, I'm scrambling trying to get it back up. Trust that. I keep the schedule. But Ding 29, you thought I didn't know? Oh, I know. I know. Let's dance. As soon as able. There's a dance. Let's cheer. Trying to fit a cheer between swings here. Yeah, there we go. Um, you had a half marathon this morning. That's quite a lot. What's that, like 14.1 miles or something? Okay, EQ, actually your most memorable, the earliest game you can remember playing is Virtual Boy, the goggles with red vision. You were born in 95, so you're there for literally all the best games of the last 29 years. That's what's up. Virtual Boy, did you get a headache from it? That's my only experience with the Virtual Boy. Um, I found one. I was dumpster diving, probably in the late 90s, dug one out, and it worked. Cleaned it up, and it gave me such a headache. I could not play it. And it looked nothing like what the commercials led me to believe. I was a little disappointed with that, but hey, thank you for answering. That's a cool first memory, honestly. Um, my first was on a Commodore 64. My dad's Commodore 64 playing Highland Games. I remember the log toss game, and if you screwed it up, you would throw the log straight up, and it would hammer you into the ground. Was You don't remember headaches, but you did feel like your eyes were zipping back and forth after like 30 minutes, and you got a nosebleed one time. That sounds like some Aqua Teen Hunger Force contraption. Uh, what evil scientist made the Virtual Boy? Honestly, um, that's wild. Um, my first memory of a game. This is a loosely defining gaming, but I remember being spooked by the Candyland game board. Had this weird like freaking marsh guy, this fudge swamp guy. He was scary looking, honestly. I don't even think he's like a bad guy or anything canonically, but I think he's like I wasn't ready, and it was like, I'm sure it's been watered down over the years because he was like extra scary back. If we look him up and he's not scary at all, just trust me, he used to be scarier when I was a kid. Okay, I haven't looked it up yet, but I'm like prepping you already for that. Um, Candyland game board too spooky for Chewy. But biggest games: Virtual Boy Mario, EQ, Super Mario 64, Persona, Final Fantasies 3 through 7. You weren't actually old enough to understand Persona. I don't know if anybody, what age do you ever really understand Persona? I never played it. I'm just making a joke. Driver for PS1, that was a cool one, huh? Champions of Norath was huge for you as a kid. Was that the one that Jabba the Fox was streaming recently, a few weeks ago? I had never seen or heard of whatever the game was. That looked cool as shit. It was like EverQuest meets Gauntlet meets Diablo, right? It's kind of cool. We played a lot of Champions of Norath and a lot of Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance. I never played Dark Alliance, but I loved Baldur's Gate 1 and 2. It's like Diablo for EQ. Nice. Yeah. It was really fun to watch him play. It was something different. And honestly, I was blown away that it was something EverQuest related that I'd never heard of. You know what I mean? I thought I was an EverQuest enjoyer, and here there was a whole nother friggin' category of EverQuest out there to enjoy. What did I know? Anybody played on retail live EQ? They added the card game. It was like a similar name to that. Like if you said Champions of Norath and I hadn't seen the Java stream, I would have been like, oh yeah, I used to play the shit out of that. And I would have been talking about the card game. It was like Heroes of Norath or something, right? What was that one? Anybody remember the card game? You can like you would get drops. Yeah, the LDON cards. What was that? I used to play that. I used to really like that card game. I thought it was cool. I didn't buy any cards. I was just using what I found or whatever. So I wasn't really competitive with it, but it was fun. I used to buy packs at GameStop. Whoa, I didn't even know you could buy packs at GameStop. That's crazy. The in-game illusions and mounts. Yeah, WoW had that too, huh? I ended up with a binder full of WoW cards from, just picking up stuff over the years. It came with a bunch of MTG and stuff that I wanted. And some of them ended up being decent. I ended up, this was like years ago, selling them off, unfortunately. It probably would have been even decenter now. Whatever. Easy come, easy go. I'm not losing sleep over it. But yeah, the EverQuest card game, it was kind of fun. It's one thing that if I got back into my old account, I would want to check it out. You paid for receipt, then type the code in the in-game. Okay, yeah, yeah, okay, that makes sense. Sure. Like redeeming Fortnite bucks or whatever they're called. I remember the Neopet. So more like the World of Warcraft style. Neopets had a physical card game. I never played it in my life, but I did buy some packs sometimes because there was a chance to get, or maybe it was every pack. You got a code where you could redeem it for in-game stuff in Neopets. Busy ordering pizza, right? The slash pizza command while playing gems and EQ. The card game was fun, honestly. I love a good card game, and at the time I thought it was good. Right? Boring odd game. Got a game in a game. How do you even control this thing? I I need to set up my gems keys to also be wads. That's where the fun begins. Just a special shout out the fear gear. No, that's Orc Friend. This is one of the next ones. I don't know exactly what level I'm making this guy. Maybe 40, maybe something like that. So he's got a Lev cloak. So I want to keep him low. You looked up your Neopet recently? He's 7,134 days old. What's that, like 20 years almost? That's awesome. Happy birthday to your Neopet. No, listen, here's the thing. They know where the giant omelet is. These guys can take care of themselves. They're not starving. They don't need us. They just miss us. And it's sad. Count age. Yeah, I gotta set up exclamation point stuff. I got a lot of big plans for this next week. Or at least June. You know what I mean? June is like halfway through the year. What better time to unveil a couple new features? Like, okay, for instance, what if there was a way to trigger saxophone, right? If I if I had to bust out the saxophone, if certain criteria were met, even if I'm in the middle of a big pull, right? Wouldn't that be fun? Something like that. I'm gonna integrate these exclamation point commands while I'm doing that too. All the stuff, all the stuff. It'll be real fun. I got big plans, but I kind of had a busy week. I'm not gonna lie. I was fighting some poison ivy yesterday. That took a lot of my day up. Um, the poison ivy that I was removing was literally this thick in the stalk. It was like woody, this woody, hairy vine. Um, it was so thick I didn't think it was the poison ivy, but it was. Anyway, I was exposed to the poison ivy. I had to take a very soapy shower. Better safe than sorry. I did it twice. The clothes I was wearing are all quarantined right now, including my hat, including my boots, including my belt. So I still got, I'm not even done with this poison ivy until everything's cleaned. Better safe than sorry, though. If anybody's had their summer like ruined by some poison ivy, then you might be as paranoid as me about it. But hey, the good news is that freaking poison ivy that I was seeing every time I got home is gone, right? Vanquished. Uh, and hey, so far so good, right? That was yesterday. I haven't like erupted into oily freaking wounds yet. Just throw it all away. It's the ivy's clothes. Yeah, no, I might have to. Just don't burn it, right? Because then you'll inhale ivy fumes and probably like be deceased. It's terrible. Um, the worst part is I still got some poison ivy to attack, but that was like the one. That was the one that was really in my face and taunting me, literally in my face when I went to go get rid of it, and I stood up a little too fast, and you know, I thought it was over there, but the wind blew it over there, and it was like in my face. That was scary. I could swear I could like feel its oils like splash me. It was bad. It was really bad, but could have been worse. All right, Denny's in the zone. This is, remember I said somebody's here. And I got all paranoid, or you could say rightfully cautious. You know, it's not paranoia if there's good reason for it, right? Ivy is not not a friend. I typed all in the group. I meant to type who all. I wonder where this guy is. Oh wow, you have an indoor invis? I don't even have this song. I'm learning stuff about bards. Got a real bard expert in the group. I know, I wish I could try. um, let's get a target. This'll help. Level 35 for Bard Track. That's what's up. Right around the corner. Get that in another gaming sesh. Um, we didn't even like have a power level or anything. We were just, doing it the old-fashioned way. Group of three. Um, and we got so many levels. It's crazy. So if he is a rogue and he's doing hide and sneak, I won't be able to target him like this. I thought it was like this weird bug, and I was trying to figure out what all the people had in common that I couldn't target. And it turns out they were all rogues, and they must have been doing sneak and hide at the same time. I'll find him. I know, right? Where do you think he's at? What do you think he is? I really don't know this guy. Tides of Wrath. Makes me think it's somebody's, twink alt, because that's not like a guild that you see. You know what I mean? Still in the zone. I'm not super familiar with Upper Guck. Yeah, it's one of my favorites. I found him. Croc. He's out of my range. Druid. Croc and Undead line. Hey, that's most of it. Yep. Yep, it is what it is. Oh shit, speaking of is what it is 1 p.m. And actually, that's I gotta go. I got something I gotta go do today. And that's, that's when we usually wrap it up. Hey, is anybody streaming right now? Who should I go raid? Can somebody help me pick? Help me raid. Love to lead a raid at the end of the stream. It's one of my favorite parts of the stream, honestly, because you know we get all amped up, we get the energy high, so we can go show some love to hopefully another EverQuest streamer. But hey, whatever works. Um, a pal of you is a pal of mine. Glurky streaming. Oh, let's go raid Glurky. Everybody that's been hanging out this morning, thank you so much for hanging out. I had a real blast. I always do. I love this game. It brings me comfort and joy. Let's make a silent move. Let's make a silent move while we get the raid ready for Glurky. How about that? Um, Okay. We're not raiding yet. Just hang tight a quick second. A quick second. We just gotta check something. Remember how that guy wasn't in my level range at Crocs? What if he's in this level range? There's only one way to find out. We're gonna go look real quick. Uh, let's just hurry up there real quick, and then we're gonna go raid Glurky. We're gonna keep this party going. It's the Sunday Swamptacular Splash Fest 2025, episode number 21, and we're just getting started to finish it up. I do really want to go see if this druid's in my level range, so I'm running as fast as I can to the north side of the zone. It's going to take me about 20 seconds thereabouts. If he started, he already got the camp off. I was going to say, if he started the camp when I zoned in, he's going to get out in time. He got out in time. So it is what it is. He's offline. I'm going to park this guy there just for reasons. That's, it's a, it's a free country. It's a free Norath. It's a free Antonica. I can go park at Crocs if I want to. No rule against it. And that way, it'll take me less than 30 seconds to get there next time. And maybe he'll get what's coming to him. Trying to pilfer Crocs? Doesn't he know that I was going to kill that Croc? Anyways, thanks for hanging out, everybody. It's always exciting on the PvP server, even when it's not. Let's face it. But I'll see you guys next time. Tuesday. That's an afternoon stream, right? I can't wait. Still deciding what we're going to play on Tuesday this week, but no matter what, it's going to be a hoot. Maybe I'll bust the saxophone out again on Tuesday. I thought of another one that I didn't play. A nice little sax lick. Anyway, whatever. We're raiding Glurky. Thanks for hanging out, everybody. And thanks for sticking with me through the power outage earlier. Really appreciate that. Let's show Glurky some love on P99 Green. We're all one big happy EverQuest family, right? Best Twitch community is the EverQuest Twitch community. All right. See you, everybody. See you, Alpha Cyanide. And thanks for answering the question of the day, everybody. I really appreciate it. All right. See you.